Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Chief Moore will be joining us soon. Mr. Tiefank, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. It's 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs.
Present.
Commissioner Decker.
Present.
Commissioner Bonner.
I'm here and right side up today.
Thank you. Commissioner Calantes.
Here.
And Commissioner Sobroff. Okay, he's present. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with opinions expressed by others. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. Good morning, Chief. It's good to see you with us. At this time, we're going to go to the report of the Chief of Police.
Morning, Commissioner President, members of the Commission, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Tiefank, Inspector General. I'm going to begin my remarks today with a COVID-19 update. We are happy to report we're down to 1 hospitalized individual due to COVID. That last week, that number was 2. So we have had 1 officer that has been released and is at home recovering further. That leaves us a total of 111 people who are currently at home recovering from COVID. That's an increase of 18 additional individuals from my last report. Return to duty stand at 3,196. That's an increase of 2. Over this past week, our mobile vaccine process continued with 177 additional shots. The vast majority of those were either second or third booster shots, with 7 new individuals receiving their first dose of the vaccine. That leaves us with 80% of the organization that is vaccinated or fully, either partially or fully vaccinated, 78.1% being fully vaccinated, the remainder on this cycle of getting the multiple shots in order to become fully vaccinated. The only other report I'll have regarding this is with an increase of 22 additional COVID positives. We have seen some slowing. The last week's report was 30, but I'm also hearing increased reports of breakthrough or COVID infections that are of individuals who have been previously vaccinated. So we are, just like the county and the region, seeing similar episodes regarding the vast majority of people who are coming with COVID positive remain unvaccinated. But there are some breakthrough cases of individuals that are testing COVID. So far, those individuals are receiving and have symptoms, but are recovering at home and have not required hospitalizations. Next area I'd like to discuss is over this weekend, there was a terrible incident involving a USC student that was struck and killed by a driver suspected of street racing. I want to bring attention to this because as 2 men have been arrested for suspicion of murder following this collision in South Los Angeles. Aaron Raybar, 21 years of age, was struck and killed at approximately 3 p.m. on Saturday while walking across Jefferson Boulevard. He was in a marked crosswalk when he was hit by a Dodge Challenger whose driver, we believe, was racing another individual in an Infiniti G37. Witnesses heard two cars revving their engines at a traffic light nearby and then saw them heading east on Jefferson. A driver, a separate third vehicle, was in an SUV and stopped for the student who was crossing in a marked crosswalk. The driver of the Dodge continued eastbound, striking Raybar and sending him airborne. Raybar was a junior at USC who majored in computer science and had recently accepted a summer internship at Facebook. A straight A student, an individual who had a bright future. And street racing took that away in a moment. This last year, to date, we've had 6 individuals that have been killed in road racing instances. That's an increase from last year of 4 individuals. This is in addition to seeing 257 traffic fatalities as of November 20th. That's a 22% increase from the same time period last year. Also concerning me is hit and run, serious fatals, and serious collisions and fatal collisions are also increasing this year versus last, and this year versus 2019. We're asking the public is to slow down. Just reported today was a number of fatalities on U.S. highways and streets has exceeded the number that this entire country saw in 2007. Los Angeles is following that with drivers driving too fast, not watching for pedestrians, and the resulting incident being the loss of a life. Mr. Raybar was not the only fatality this weekend that was a pedestrian. Less than 12 hours after he was killed, 2 more pedestrians, both women, both experiencing homelessness, was struck by a Toyota Tacoma pickup in the Wilmington area. One of the women died from her injuries. The other pedestrian is fighting for their life. The driver in that crash, a 24-year-old Alvaro Bates Garcia of Wilmington, was arrested on the charge of vehicular manslaughter with gross negligence. He was driving under the influence, we believe, of alcohol at the time of this collision. Additionally, out in San Fernando Valley, we had a pedestrian fatality. And in that instance, a driver of a white 4-door Hyundai struck an 85-year-old man who had been crossing Satakoy Street, mid-block. So while I've talked frequently about the instances of crime and violent crime in our city, today I wanted to bring attention to pedestrian safety, motorist safety, that we've seen these dramatic increases, and ask for people to ensure that they're following the rules of the road, watching out for pedestrians, and slowing down as a means of moving about the city in a safe fashion. During this period, I also want to report an officer-involved shooting involving an animal. This happened yesterday at approximately 4:53 in the afternoon in the 1100 block of West 65th Street. There, 77th Street gang officers were conducting a search with Metropolitan Canine officers for a man with a gun. During the search of the backyard located on the 1100 block of West 65th, a dog attacked the canine officer's canine. The canine officer unholstered and discharged his taser, which made contact with the dog, causing the dog to yelp. The dog turned and then ran towards the canine officer and lunged at him with his mouth open in order to bite the canine officer. Simultaneously, the canine officer pointed his unholstered duty weapon downward towards the attacking dog and fired 1 round. The attacking dog continued to yelp and ran away from the officers towards the east side of the residence. The dog was later examined and found to have sustained a non-life-threatening wound to his left paw. Due to the nature of the injury to the dog, the owners declined treatment and stated they would seek medical treatment for the dog the following day if needed. The canine supervisor was on scene and took a public safety statement from the officer. This is a categorical use of force, which Force Investigation Division was notified and will assume investigate responsibilities of this. Moving next into our crime picture. This last week, we saw 13 homicides this past week versus 10 for the same period last year. Disturbing in this is that our trend involving gang-related homicides and persons experiencing homelessness continue to be our greatest challenge. When we look past over the last 4 weeks of 2021, 35 individuals have died as a result of homicide in the city of Los Angeles. That same period last year was 30 personnel, or 30 persons. This leaves us an overall increase of 376 homicides this year versus 327 as of Saturday. That's a 15% increase. One point of some improvement has been the number of victims shot over the last 4 weeks compared to the same period last year. The last 4 weeks, we've had 114 individuals who have suffered a gunshot wound. The same time last year, that number was 122. So while homicides have stayed above last year's numbers, with the exception of the month of October, we have seen some slowing in the overall reduction on the number of victims being shot, and that has occurred since October. So I have some room for encouragement there, but our challenges are still substantial. We have a 6.2% increase in violent crime, with the pressure points being the homicide. Robberies increased to a 5% increase this year versus last. And while we still have a 12.9% reduction over a 2-year period, the percentages of robberies, as I've reported earlier, involving a handgun continues to be our greatest concern because of the potentiality for violence and the loss of life. Aggravated assaults have a 7.7% increase. In our property crime arena, we still have a reduction in burglaries this year versus last, as well as versus 2019. However, all the other categories are now in the red. Vehicle thefts continues to climb at a 12.4% increase this year versus last, and a 54% increase over a 2-year period. Burglary and theft from vehicles have a 4.5% increase over last year. That's an increase from my last report, while we still have a 6.9% reduction over a 2-year period. Personal thefts this year are now in the plus column, just under 1%. However, we still have a 31% reduction over a 2-year period. Overall, property crime has increased 3.4%, and total Part 1 crime stands at an increase of 4.1% this year versus last. Regarding officer-involved shootings, we remain at 32 officer-involved shootings versus 27 last year. 13 of those have been fatal, 7 for the same period last year in 2020. Moving over to our personnel strength, we stand at 9,521 as of the 4th of December. Our civilian personnel strength at 2,685, and our reserves at 403. That concludes my remarks, and I'll take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chief, and appreciate the report. Can you indicate whether or not, and I may have missed this during your report, whether or not there's been an increase in the number of officers who have received the vaccine?
So we had 7 new officers, their first dose this last week. We had a total of 177 officers who took advantage of the mobile vaccine process, and they're receiving the second or their third round of shots. So just an additional 7. So we somewhat have topped out at about 80% of the organization, 4 out of 5 being vaccinated.
Okay. And what's the number of officers who are just refusing to be vaccinated?
Well, we don't have, at this point, the process affords officers until the 18th of December to file for paperwork asking for an exemption for medical or sincerely held religious beliefs. Between now and that period, all those officers are required to take twice-a-week testing. We do have a total of 6 individuals who have refused to participate in that process and have been assigned home, and I've initiated termination proceedings on them.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to turn it over to other commissioners who may have questions for you at this time. Commissioner Bonner?
Yes, please. Chief, I had a couple of questions about both the report on the traffic incidents and also the gun violence. On the traffic question first, is there any information that's reasonably up to date that provides a breakdown on the nature or I'm thinking of the situations where pedestrians are either killed or seriously injured, and how many of those, for example, are related? You mentioned that at least one today, which involved street racing. And in prior years, we've seen kind of some massive campaigns where, when there's an uptick in DUIs or driving under the influence. Some years ago, it was all about distracted driving and trying to get people to stop texting and driving and those things. And I imagine that all of those continue to be some elements of the problem. But is there any information that you have either now or at least that could be included in another report that just gives us a general sense as to whether there's any particular outlying factor that's a problem in the numbers that we're seeing today, or is it really just spread out across the board?
Well, I'll get to you our traffic statistics snapshot that we produce each week, as well as each of the 4 geographic traffic divisions have a ComStat page which breaks down and gets more detailed as to pedestrian deaths, DUI related collisions, and so forth. To give you a couple quick snapshots, we have on bicyclist involved collisions this year, we've had a total of 16 fatals. That same number last year was 15. When we look at 2019, it was 16 fatals, and in 2018, that number was 20. So essentially, the fatal numbers on cyclists are relatively flat with a slight increase of a person. When regards to motor vehicles versus PEDs, we've had 120 motor vehicle versus PED collisions that have been fatal this year. That number was 115 last year. What's disturbing in there is the number of serious injuries, what we call A injuries. This year, we've had 455. The number last year was 340. The concern I have with those is that a fatal accident is sometimes only a few miles per hour, more or less, that results in a person losing their life. So we pay attention to motor vehicles versus PEDs closely because, frankly, a pedestrian is no match for a vehicle. And the speed of those vehicles have a direct output on the level of fatality. The other major thing I want to point out is felony hit and runs. Felony hit and runs are up across all the categories going all the way back to 2017. Felony hit and runs involving a serious injury or death are up 23.5% this year versus last. That's 336 versus 272. The number for 219 was 277. The number for 2018 was 254, and number in 2017 was 256. So you see a substantial increase in each of those years over time. So the instances of people who involve themselves in an accident and then turn it into a crime by fleeing the scene has increased year over year. And that's why I believe that many times it's inattentive driving, texting and driving. It can be driving while impaired. But particularly, that's where pedestrians are at greatest risk as well. So whether they're in a marked crosswalk or otherwise. So these are areas that our traffic divisions and our local areas do work on for traffic enforcement, both in high visibility patrol as well as the issuance of citations in vehicle stops to help improve the conduct of people as they move about the city. It is also reflective of a national trend. When we look at the instances of the pandemic having a dramatic increase in the number of fatalities as we see as a country.
Thank you. And you mentioned that each of the divisions or areas report the traffic data in their ComStat reports. Is there, remind me, is there an annual report anywhere that rolls all this up on an annual basis?
Generally, our year-end crime report will include information on traffic as well.
Got it. Okay, appreciate that. And then relative to the shooting violence, I recall in any number of prior discussions, both here and just in the community and elsewhere, that a fair number of the shootings that we're seeing in particularly, like in this case, South LA and elsewhere, are really they're not gang or drug wars or turf battles in the traditional or earlier sense. A number of them involve situations with young people who are addressing otherwise what many of us might think of as minor disputes, but are addressing them with shooting, easy access to guns. And so whether it's somebody who didn't look the right way or what have you, or it said something on social media, that there's a lot of these types of situations that should be handled another way are being handled with shooting. And so I wanted to one question is that still reasonably accurate in terms of what some of the data might show, and I know there's a lot of issues with investigation and all of those things in terms of understanding what's behind any given shooting, but generally speaking, is that still an element of what you're seeing? And then also, if there is an element to that effect, is it something that like Grid and others who are, the interventionists and others that are working in this area, are people putting, special focus on that, looking at ways to offer young people, alternatives for resolving disputes and these kinds of things aside from shooting?
Yeah, so that's a bit of a complex question. So let me pull a few parts of it apart. Persons experiencing homelessness, that shooting increase. We've had 87 homicides this year of persons who've been identified as houseless for 62 last year. The instances in which we see that violence does involve at times frequently arguments and disputes over narcotics, arguments and disputes that escalate into shooting violence because there's just so many guns that are out there. We also hear recurringly that the victims in this and suspects or offenders are frequently released from custody, whether it be a county or state prison facilities, and that they're landing on the street without supportive services. And they're ending up in a homeless situation or unsheltered situation and getting embroiled in these disputes with others as they attempt to make ends meet, if you will, how to feed themselves and how to exist in a homeless environment. The other situation about gang-related street violence, we do see turf issues. We do see disrespect is the largest driver, though, of it, social media and disputes at a local level that escalate. And now people are having way too many guns, having ready access to it, are resultingly shooting at each other and injuring people. 57% increase in the number of weapons that we've recovered from the street. I think I reported this last week. On average, we're taking 25 guns a day off the streets here of Los Angeles. That number will exceed 9,000 for the year. So, and lastly, the violence that we're seeing, also the escalation of it is with guns on robberies. Just last night, we had another 2 individuals armed with handguns pistol whipped an individual who was after a game downtown area, and while he was in an alley, and stole a high value watch from him. The ready access of guns also was demonstrated where we had 3 instances of armed robberies occurring at a 7-Eleven in different parts of the city. I'm happy to report that those individuals that we believe involved have been arrested after investigative follow-up by our overnight uniformed patrol officers and detectives. But they, again, armed, coming into 7-Elevens, conducting store robberies where in many times these would be bodily force instances, and the potential for someone losing their life is absolutely real in those instances with that many guns in play. So I think that's where I'm worried, is that our continued efforts working with ATF, our gun recoveries, interrupting the flow of guns. Well, I think we have a report coming before you to talk about those strategies that we continue to try to pursue to change this tide.
So the first point of your first part of your comment, that there's a lot there, and I certainly agree with that in terms of the various elements even that you described in terms of the issues potentially different, in the houseless population versus reentry and all the rest. And the part of it that I'm focused on, at least this morning, and we'll be trying to understand more, is this other issue of the young people in need of support in finding other ways to resolve otherwise minor disputes aside from shooting each other. So that's
those resources are in play.
Yeah. And so I'd appreciate someone, just to understand, like, who's the best, and this is not even only or certainly even exclusively a department issue per se. There's a strong neighborhood element to it. There's elements to the schools. There's a lot of, hopefully, other groups that are working on this. But at least to the degree the department is through the relationship with GRID and the other organizations that you're collaborating with, I just appreciate some information on who's kind of most knowledgeable on this particular part of the issue, so that we can take a look and understand that a little bit better.
I will absolutely. Reginald Zachary, who oversees the interim the interim director of GRID in the mayor's office. We talk regularly, and I would invite him to sit down with you and provide their extensive outreach. We're working currently with them. They produce a monthly metrics, if you will, of their outreach and engagement, the number of hours, whether they're in community settings, whether they're in responses to shootings or hospital bedside, those type of engagements. And we're actually expanding where I'm looking to provide those reports to the geographic bureau chiefs so that they can kind of just double check that what their detectives and uniform officers are seeing as far as grid involvement and intervention and those efforts to calm communities and quell disputes is what we're seeing on the metrics is matching what they're seeing on the streets.
Appreciate that. So I will look for an opportunity to connect with Mr. Zachary. Last thing I wanted to ask, and this is as much a question for you, but also for the chair and others. This is on the question of alternative response or alternative dispatch. And some weeks ago, I had an opportunity to make a brief visit to the comm center downtown and talk to a number of the PSRs and others who are manning the 911 system. And I have to tell you, first of all, I say that's hard work. You
Yes.
talk about
Yes.
the emotional regulation and some of those things that we look to officers to display. And I'll tell you, you really get a good sense of what people who are on the front line of the real first responders, if you will, who answer the phones,
Yep.
have to deal with. It's quite a handful. But the other thing, aside from that, understanding that better, the other thing that I got a real sense of is that some months ago, when there was this conversation was first starting about alternative response, whether it was on mental health issues and things of that nature, and there was and even the traffic in the area of traffic control. There was, broadly speaking, there were some concerns that the department was willing and able to start trying to move some of these responsibilities, but there were concerns about whether or not some of the other departments and agencies were getting the resources and putting the pieces together and doing what they need to do. I got the impression that is actually happening now. I mean, I was very encouraged to hear that there's a group of people who are actually working day to day with the other departments who are putting in places not only the technical capabilities in terms of setting up dispatch centers and so on, but also trying to identify and train other people who will be in the mix on that issue. And so I wanted to just ask first, is that true? Is my impression accurate? Maybe I got a overly rosy picture of it, but I didn't get that impression. But the other point was that if that is accurate, that there is progress being made. And I know we had the discussion here about the department's budget a couple of weeks ago. I don't know. I assume, based on what I'm saying here, that the Department of Transportation and mental health and other departments are also getting budget augmentations to do some of these things. But that's kind of what I'm asking is whether, if that's accurate, can we, or even if it isn't, by that shape, I'd like to know that as well. But can we get some kind of substantive update, really, as to where everybody is on alternative dispatch and whether those wheels are really turning in the way that certainly seemed to be the case when I got some briefing on it a couple weeks ago?
Yes, so we currently have Dee Hirsch as a suicide prevention hotline, in which hundreds of calls have now been diverted there, versus what would previously require an officer to respond out to do an assessment. And we'll update those numbers for you as far as those alternate dispatch and what the resulting reduction of workload and also better provisioning of the right resource on the right issue. The other major advancement is a project called Circle in the Hollywood and Pacific area, which are now 24 hours a day, and are mental health workers as well as community engagement. It's a contract that the city is engaged with county resources as well as an organization that Urban Alchemy, and they are working on the streets, and those it's incremental at this point. I don't have the numbers for you on the top of my head, but it is a proof of concept that we hope to see strengthened and expanded as we move forward. Lastly, you talked about alternative dispatch for traffic. That has been an area that the city has sought an independent consultant to do further analysis. In talking with the general manager of the Department of Transportation, they do not see an option there for them conducting traffic enforcement beyond their citations that they issue now for parking and traffic control, traffic direction at intersections and so forth. But the city is, based on interest of the city council, attempting to identify what other alternatives to the department conducting traffic enforcement might there be. They've asked us for insight on that as well, and we have those conversations. But that's the state of that. Lastly, I do hope and would look to the county and city cooperative to continue to build, particularly on the circle effort, the capacity for outreach workers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, mental health, person who's potentially been homeless in the past and understands as an ambassador how to make relationships, build relationships, and filling an important need there. Ultimately, I think that lastly, that we'll always see also a need for, much like our SMART teams, for a mental health professional as well as a police officer, because of the nature of many of these instances having aspects of violence for the safety of everyone involved. And I would look to expand that as well with added mental health workers that be provisioned to us, as well as increased staffing. I do think that the desire would be for us to have those SMART teams more readily available than they are today. We have this year changed the dispatch protocols for SMART teams so that they're now dispatched simultaneously on mental health calls as well as officers. But there is a shortage of those resources given the tens of thousands of calls that exist that involve mental illness here in the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, and I would just ask President Briggs and to consider, whether it seems to me, and I may be incorrect, that if you talk to Captain Vargas, maybe there's not enough yet to lend itself to a substantive update. But as I said, I certainly got the impression that things are moving in a way that maybe we had not been aware of in terms of, since we last, that set some of this in motion. So I just ask the chair and the executive committee to consider whether, sometime in Q1 or Q2 might be appropriate to have Captain Vargas come back with, and maybe with even a couple of, I think the first time we heard about this, my memory was that there were a couple other general managers or others that maybe came before us. So, but just to get a substantive update on where that is, because I certainly got the impression it was moving along, more so than maybe I had understood. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. I'm sorry, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker, I saw your mic open.
Thank you.
Please proceed. Thank you.
You just got ahead of us, that's all. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Chief, a quick question on, crime stats, and thank you for the detail that you provided. Much like you gave us a comparison on traffic issues and what's happening around the country, I wonder if you're able to, at this time, to give us a comparison of where Los Angeles may be falling in terms of crime with respect to other major cities. I realize it's not yet the end of the year. There's still crime stats to be collected and finalized, but do you have a sense today of where Los Angeles may be falling in terms of crime with respect to a comparison to other major cities in the United States?
Yes, I was looking through my notes here to grab the report that we produced. We are standing in comparison to major other cities. It's a mixed bag, and some cities, the vast majority of American major cities are seeing increase in shooting violence, increase in homicides, and we are either at or below the increases that we see. For instance, Philadelphia has an excess of 500 homicides. That is a record number for them. Austin, Texas, I saw in a clipping yesterday, has had more homicides than in their history. Chicago has had an year-over-year increase, as has Houston. And so major cities, I believe New York at this point right now is essentially flat on the number of homicides. But I will get more information on major cities, including San Diego, which has had a substantial increase above and beyond our numbers, as well as San Francisco, Portland as well. So again, these are percentage changes. So what I worry about is looking at those cities. We see trend lines are moving in a similar fashion across American policing, and the challenges of community safety. And I can take small comfort in the fact that we're not increasing at the same rate some others are, but that's only small comfort when we recognize the number of shooting victims this year over a 2-year period are up 54%. That's a striking number of additional shooting victims.
Yes, absolutely, Chief. And obviously we are most concerned about Los Angeles, but it's always helpful to understand what national trends may be in play as well, and
Yep.
broader national efforts that may come to bear in Los Angeles.
Let me, and now I'd have to dig deeper in here. So let me give you some actual stats because my staff doesn't have it here for me. Chicago has had, on victims shot, more than 4,000 shooting victims versus 3,748 the year before. That's an 8% increase. San Francisco has had a 36% increase in the number of shooting victims with 206 versus 151. San Diego with 211 shooting victims versus 152. That's a 39% increase. Houston, 1,577 shooting victims versus 1,362, which is a 16% increase. And as a matter of framing, we're at 1,352 versus 1,180 for just over a 14.58% increase. So the victims, and then our homicide numbers, the rate of increase you see for us, we're at 15%, 15.17. When we look at over a 2-year period, that's a 51% increase. LA Sheriff's Department has had a 77% increase in that same period of time. Chicago has had a 60% increase. Houston has had a 78% increase. Philadelphia has had a 57% increase. Oakland has had a 79% increase, and I'll finish. Portland has had a 109% increase, and San Francisco a 53% increase. So when you look at our numbers, again, we're in the middle of the pack there when it comes to this, and striking numbers that you see across the country for the rate of shooting violence. And our efforts will be to work in building trust and building engagement, as Commissioner Bonner indicated, with youth intervention as well as young adults. I do think a growing area of concern looking at our numbers is the lack of supportive housing and resources for people who are coming out of prison. And we are seeing that with impacts of persons experiencing homelessness and other disputes of individuals that simply are coming out of state prison or county jail facilities and are not in effective housing. And that, I believe, is causing tension here. Lastly, the use of gun violence here in the city. We've got to, I think the challenge continues to make sure that those are enhanced matters, that they receive the attention of the court promptly, and that people are held accountable for engaging in gun violence. That is an attribute, I believe, of the impact of the COVID efforts to kind of downsize prison populations or custody settings, but that is resulting in individuals who are now using guns at an increasing rate with no deterrent or little deterrent sensed from matters of criminal prosecution. We've got to change that mindset.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate all that detail and certainly the perspective of what we need to be concerned about here in Los Angeles, but also having the national trends is helpful in terms of also looking to national programs to help solve these problems. So thank you, Chief. Commissioner Briggs, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Kalanche, do you have any questions for the chief? No. Commissioner Sobral. Chief, thank you very much for your report. Just before I leave, can you give us a sense of where we are in terms of the recent rash of the smash and grab and the follow home type of robberies? In terms of trends, have this task force had an impact on what has been occurring in our city?
So we were doing fairly well until last night. We had 3 instances of T-Mobile stores that were struck by multiple individuals. These were retail stores that were open. One occurred in the North Hollywood area, one occurred in Topanga, and in West Valley. So all 3 in the Valley. But as we investigated it and detectives and uniform officers responded, these involved individuals that would attempt to open the door. Oftentimes the store had security and were checking people from coming into the store, and they ended up smashing windows and making a forceful entry, and then stealing iPhones and Apple iWatches from the location from display booths. As we pursued identifying these individuals, we learned at the same time that the city of Duarte, city of Pasadena, and the city of Hermosa Beach all had occurrences also. So this is a particular aspect of the smash and grabs that has focused on a particular store. We're working with their corporate leadership to understand what tracking and other devices can be used to identify the pathway of where these items are being stolen and where they're being taken to. The follow home, follow off bandit series, our investigation with that continues. We did have last night an individual who opened his door thinking he was receiving a package, and instead multiple gunmen entered the location. He was shot in the course of this robbery. This occurred in San Fernando Valley. He is a social media influencer, and we are looking to understand the role of his social media presence, and this, what we believe was a targeted attack on him. This follow home, follow off bandit series does continue. Our investigative work, I will say that we're employing a number of different strategies to attempt to discover people responsible, and we are finding some success with this, but our work is very much still cut out for us as far as turning that around. And let me close by, troublingly, we saw smash and grabs across the country. We have not seen this episode of follow home, follow offs in other parts of the country, to my knowledge. And so that gives me concern, because there's something here that is, why is this occurring here in this city versus other parts of the country? And of course, we're steadfast with the assignment of this task force, working with our federal and state partners, as well as the law enforcement partners in this region to stop that. To make those arrests. And we have made a series of arrests, but it has continued with instances. And we do also believe that there are more individuals prowling and scouting to find opportunities for them to commit these types of high take robberies involving, again, multiple gunmen targeting individuals with high expensive jewelry, watches, and so forth. You're on mute. You're on mute, Sue. Commissioner, you're on mute.
Thank you, Chief. There being no further questions for the chief at this time, we're going to move to the public comment period, item 2 on the agenda. Thank you very much for that reminder, Chief.
Okay, our first caller is Q Jean Marie, followed by Adam.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them in public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
In 1993, Ice Cube said in an interview that America handles a problem with violence, and so why wouldn't we expect the children of America to handle their problems with violence? The elephant in the room is that violence is part of America's culture, and America needs to change his culture. In 2020, nearly 20.7 million guns were purchased. The US gun sales in January of 2020 surged 60% to 4,137,480. This makes it the largest single month since figures started to be recorded in 1998. Roughly 8.5 million people across the US purchased their first firearm in 2020, a significant portion of total gun sales, according to the National Shooting Sports Foundation. It doesn't matter how many guns you take off the streets, you're not going to stop gun violence until you deal with the root of the problem. Expanding surveillance into Black and brown communities is not going to do it. Gun buybacks is not the answer. I've been living in this city for over 30 years, and we've had gun buybacks every single year, yet we still can't get the guns off the streets because the NRA is funding politicians and police forces. Find the money. The scripture says that the love of money is the root of all evil. We're not going to stop houselessness until we deal with the root of the problem. That housing unaffordability, unavailability, and income inequality, those are the problems. Instead of giving a large line item of our budget to continue to try to respond to crime, we need to prevent crime. Crime involving houseless individual, if people had housing, there wouldn't be 87 folks involved that the chief mentioned in these incidents or being targeted in these incidents. I haven't heard of a comprehensive strategy for dealing with the pandemic-induced crimes that we are facing. In fact, all I'm hearing is people trying to make it seem like it's people of color who are causing these crimes to occur. We live in a city where people seem to think that public safety equals building a larger police force. Not only does law enforcement receive the largest share of our city's budget, but every time they ask for money, the commission seems to be okay with it. I've been coming to this meeting for over 6 years, and not once have I heard no to funding, to money when the police ask for money. Not once have I heard no. 6 years.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam, followed by Hamid Khan.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Could I speak on all of them?
Yes, 3 minutes.
Great. Mr. Briggs, I gotta ask you, man, what's it like to be you? 'Cause it's so painful to come here every week and hear you claim to represent Angelinos on whose lives you spit. What's it like to sleep at night knowing you're that full of shit? Yeah, Bill, I gotta know, man, what's it like to be you? It's incredibly depressing, man, to come here and hear you normalizing the racism and violence of the LAPD, working hard as a keeper of cis hetero patriarchal white supremacy. Good job, Bill. Anyway, I also wanted to speak to the fact that, yeah, y'all as commissioners you haven't asked any questions still about the South LA fireworks bombing that killed 2 Angelinos. You haven't asked anything about the gun scandal that LA Times has now reported on many times. You haven't asked any questions about Carlos Sandoval, who died in police custody. He's on the closed session today and died of COVID in the custody of the LAPD. Yeah, I just, oh, and yeah, Mr. T-Fank and Becky, y'all need to do a better job of getting these links to the agenda out to the public. I know that apparently it's our responsibility to figure out how to make these links work and to subscribe to this agenda. But week in and week out, we see you tweet screenshots of the agenda. That doesn't allow Angelinos to view the reports. It doesn't allow Angelinos to actually link to the agenda. It's really impossible to find that shit on the new website. This is, it may sound pointless, but there are people that want to engage despite the fact that you as Citizens Voice of Police Affairs don't actually want to encourage people to engage, because that's just a bunch of word salad. Good day.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by Betty Lay.
Hi, it's actually Matios, not Hamid.
Okay, Manchus, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, so on the chief's report, the only time Chief Moore gives a shit about unhoused individuals is when they serve his narrative. So it's really gross to hear him lament the death of an unhoused person to reinforce a street racing crime narrative. And instead of using the death of an unhoused person to help paint a picture of a crime-ridden street racing city, why don't we first talk about all the unhoused people experiencing mental health crises that have been murdered by the LAPD, and talk about why so much of this city is suffering from houselessness. So this continued conversation around arguments and disputes over narcotics that unhoused people experience that result in violence, they're being released from custody without support or services. Really, the only alternative to that release, Chief Moore, is incarceration or death, because there are no support or services, because the LAPD siphons so much of the city's budget. And this rhetoric, this fear mongering around follow home, follow off bandits, it's disgusting, and it's a clear attempt at making a soundbite or a pitch or something easily consumable so folks will be afraid. And I hear you trying to add that gang narrative to it, even though it's likely unsubstantiated and just aimed to, further criminalize Black people. On item 4B, Joan Brody. So Joan Brody is a consultant who's worked at the LAPD since 2003. He's worked with Bill Bratton, Charlie Beck, and now Michael Moore to ensure funding of police programs. Brody's helped the LAPD secure millions of dollars on top of that $3 billion budget. I wonder if the commission would consider how many of the programs the LAPD has publicly indicted and quote unquote reformed, you can't reform this shit, since 2003, and how many of them began with Joan Brody's facilitation. Joan Brody's continued partnership with the LAPD is telling of their true intent. Their career in the LAPD highlights a through line of intentional violence targeting primarily Black youth. Emblematic is their role in attempting to bring a countering violent extremism grant to the LAPD in 2018, an effort that was rejected by educators in Los Angeles, but we saw rehashed last week in the name of targeted violence and terrorism prevention, that Briggs very crassly asked a police captain if it targeted Black people and took a cop's answer at face value, but we're the ones, detached from reality. Fuck you, Briggs. We reject the Los Angeles Police Foundation's donation to help fund the continued harm of our people. And lastly, item 5D, regarding AB 481, the use of military equipment by police. Fuck that shit. The LAPD doesn't need any weapons, let alone military grade weapons to harm us. They're going to come for Black people first. They're going to harm Black communities first. Stop limiting public comment. This commission is a sham. Allow in-person meetings so you can hear this straight from our faces. Fuck you. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Zach Sherwin.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, 4 of the agenda items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first, I need to repeat how much I appreciated Commissioner Briggs' comment last week. That was just wonderful. And I support Chief Moore. I support LAPD. I'm also supporting agenda items 4A, B, C, and D. And I appreciated Chief Moore's report. I always report back to my group about it. And I'd like to know why this Bluestone testing company was a no bid contract. And I support the Los Angeles Police Protected League. We have a company that will test for free. I've repeated this before. I don't understand why we have to go through a no bid contract. That sounds corrupted to me. And why is officers that's being vaccinated that may come down with COVID is getting paid medical leave, but those that are not vaccinated are at home on medical leave with no pay? That's very unfair as far as I'm concerned. I'm hoping that things change for the better. We need to increase public safety. We need to support LAPD. We need our officers. We need more of them. I'm looking forward to more officers graduating from the academy, excuse me. And as everybody knows, I support all this and disagree with the Bluestone Company. Thank you so much. Everybody stay safe and healthy. I bid the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hi, as ambitious as it may seem, I'd like to speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Commissioner Briggs, last week before public comment, you gave us a stern little speech about how anyone who thinks the police should be defunded is disconnected from reality or delusional or whatever words you chose to use. You're the president of a board that's supposed to be the voice of citizens' affairs, or the citizens' voice in police affairs. And people who call in to make public comment are citizens expressing their voice, no matter what points they're making. And so I would characterize your outburst last week as in direct opposition to the mission statement of this commission. And I would contend that you seem a little bit disconnected from the reality of your position and maybe even a little bit delusional. It was also really interesting to see those comments directed at only one slice of colors, specifically people with a negative opinion of LAPD, because I can remember occasions at this meeting when pro-cop callers have said horrible things about people who the LAPD has killed, and this board has not uttered a syllable about those comments. So apparently it's intolerably painful for you to hear citizens express a belief that the police should be defunded, though you do seem unmoved by lots of the other stuff that goes on at these meetings, including Moore's numerous on-the-job whoopsie doodles, including the George Floyd Valentine, advertising on Breitbart, comparing Black Lives Matter to the Proud Boys, the illegal gun scandal, the fireworks debacle, his drop payment, and his adult diaper scandal. Chief, you spoke to us about motorist safety and asked the public to slow down, which is just such a sophisticated response to the tragedy that happened at USC. I mean, that is top cop stuff. I mean, sure, your own department said that the accident happened because of street racing, but I'm sure the guy who was street racing and hit and killed that student could have really benefited from your condescending reminder to slow down. I'm also thinking back to June of this year when a woman in Crenshaw was killed because an SUV crashed into her home because LAPD was chasing them. Haven't had a chance to go back and rewatch the video of that meeting, but I'm wondering if you could remind us all what comments you made about that lethal automotive incident in which your officers were involved. I'm sure you said something at the time and you didn't just breeze through the meeting without acknowledging an event so significant. So I'll look forward to that refresher. Chief, I noticed that you haven't said anything about whatever happened with your security detail in France, even though your expense report for that trip is on today's agenda. Commissioners, I noticed that you haven't said anything about whatever happened with the chief security detail in France, even though his expense report for that trip is on today's agenda. Chief, I Googled the phrase follow off robbery and there were no relevant results that explained what that is. So I'm just wondering if that's a thing that cops say that nobody else does, like when you refer to people as male blacks or male Hispanics. Commissioners, it is so weird that you force us to give public comment on these agenda items before we hear the reports about the agenda items. Very counterintuitive seeming, certainly leads this member of the public to draw some conclusions about your commitment to being the citizen's voice in police affairs. I bid the rest of my time to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by T.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I want to start off by saying that America is a constitutional republic and all lives matter. I was saddened to hear about the street racing fatality, all those fatalities, and my condolences to the family and friends of those people. On the street racing issue, I'm wondering if we still have a street racing task force at the LAPD, or was that something that was cut during the defund movement? And you can actually predict where some of these things are going to happen, and we do need police presence because police presence prevents crime, and enforcement of traffic laws helps to keep everybody safer, pedestrians, drivers, and we really do need more proactive policing in that sense. So I'm wondering, just speaking of a location, Grand Avenue, Lower Grand, where they do a lot of filming, It's been used lately on Friday nights, especially as some kind of a gathering place for street racing. I personally observed 2 cars go race right through a red light at 2nd and Grand, and it's dangerous. And I'm sorry to hear that it resulted in fatalities. 6 this year, I think I heard. Could you possibly get units out there to actually prevent this from happening? There were 100 cars, no exaggeration. I talked to people in that neighborhood, and 100 cars were there gathering for street racing. Maybe a motor unit, somebody from traffic division, some kind of prevention. The LAPD is doing an excellent job. I'm talking about the rank and file officers and the detectives. Crime is up. It's not the fault of the police. It's the fact that there is zero bail, prosecutions. LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva mentioned there were 12,000 cases not prosecuted, not filed. 12,000. The message that's being sent is there are no consequences for crime. And as for guns, well, there's no consequence for gun crime either. So if you're going to commit a robbery, why not bring a gun with you? There's no consequence either way. So we need consequences for crime. And stop making the gun the villain. It's the people holding the gun. It's not that there are too many guns in too many hands. They're not in the right hands. And citizens need to be able to defend themselves, because the response time, what is the response time for the LAPD? You don't have enough people. And part of that is because low morale, people are leaving, people are retiring, the COVID mandate and Bluestone, and that's corruption. And so the morale is going down because the officers are not empowered, and we can't spare even one officer. Keep all the officers, all the exemptions should be approved. And thank you for doing the job that you do.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T followed by Karen.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, well, first of all, power and strength to all the families that have been impacted by police violence. Over 650 been killed by law enforcement, 0 prosecution, 0 been fired. So we need to really work on that. The chief and the commission here keeps talking about the citizens and the community and the violence and the guns, yet y'all fail to recognize your own failures and dysfunction and the murders you've committed. Let's talk about the stolen guns. 44 stolen guns out of the LAPD store. Archie DeNuenas, or however the hell you say his name, this guy was up for prosecution, gets off on probation. 44 stolen guns, of only 34 have been recovered. Where are the other 10? Captain John of the West LA division was under investigation. His home was y'all went into his home, and the other what is it, Officer Brown, what are the other names? Sorry, I'm trying to read the LAPD, the LA Times article about the LAPD stolen guns. Officer Brown, I'm sorry, I can't find Enbridge and Brown. Where are these guns? There's 10 missing, in which one was found. Sergeant Marrera had 5 of those stolen guns. Gee, I wonder if they're using some of these stolen guns when y'all shoot and kill one of our loved ones out here, and you're saying that they had a gun. Are these ghost guns that y'all are planting on our people after you murder them? Is that what you're doing with these guns? And then the chief mentioned, he mentions, people getting out of jail and having no resources. It's because y'all are eating up $3.4 billion a year of our city's general fund. I mean, that's crazy. $3.4 billion, and item 5D, because y'all plan on using military grade weapons on the community. This is insane. And what about Dr. Melina Dooley's swatting of her home? What's going on with following up on that? Who actually made those calls? And who is Neil, the white supremacist that was parked outside of her home, with full-on surveillance on this guy's camper? We need some follow-up on that. Y'all continue to terrorize our community, talk about people in the community as thugs, and as Briggs mentioned, using the names, he uses the colonizers' language, like talking about people in the community as if we're savages. And, you know, it reminds me of days of indigenous and stolen land, like when the
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Karen, followed by Krishna Thangavalu.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items did you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, I would like to, excuse me, extend my sincere thanks to all of our officers who put themselves in danger daily, and particularly during early COVID times. Little was known. COVID is a fluid situation. Data shows the jab doesn't stop infection or protect from passing on to others. The virus is amongst us. It's not going away anytime soon. If you don't believe me, educate yourself by learning what the inventor of the mRNA vaccinations has to say about the subject. Many of you ignored the warnings of the defund the police, abolish the police last year. It was all bullshit. How did that work out for the city of Los Angeles? We're now in the grip of unchecked criminality and has given rise to organized crime and roving bandits of thieves, terrorizing our communities. It is not the police who are terrorizing our communities. It is the criminals. We need to deal with them. They're criminals. I don't give a crap why they're criminals or finding the root cause. They need to stop hurting people. Please listen and don't cause a second round of vilification, and which will cause losing our officers and staff based on vaccination status. These issues are being heard in the courts. Please don't be hasty and fire our officers when ultimately these coercive actions will not stand. Your actions will cost the city a pretty penny and further uptick in crime. Do we really have to live through it again when people are telling you, do not do this? It's going to cause problems. We're suffering the consequences of the woke folk who in our city council and our board of supervisors who do not listen to people who actually know something about law enforcement. The unvaccinated pose no more of a risk to the public than the vaccinated, particularly those who have robust immunity from prior infection. Please give that some consideration. Those officers who worked and got infected were sick. They've got more robust protection than any vaccination can pose or can offer. We may very well be seeing our way out of this pandemic. Now is the time to halt these firings and coercion.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Krishna Thangavalu, followed by caller ending 5521.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for the hard work that all of you do, Chief and Commissioners. We are very concerned about the flash rob scenario that is taking place in retail establishments, and we're concerned for the safety of employees and consumers alike. So I know you're doing a good job, but I have some thoughts that might help us do better. Number one, I think that you are grossly understaffed. And I would like to see a proactive plan for 2022 to double or triple the size of police staffing. In the Pacific Palisades area, we basically have one cop for maybe 40 hours a week that we never see. So for 26 square miles of land, we don't think that's very good staffing. For the holiday season, can we bring in the National Guard for our shopping centers? Please consider that. We're having businesses traumatized. We're having young salespeople working in those stores being confronted not just with guns, but with bats. We have our older citizens trying to get shopping done for their families in this festive season, and they're being faced with danger. This is really not okay for a civilized society. Can someone at least inform the public that they need to be careful out there? This is not last year, this is not 2 years ago. There is a risk going out in public today, and we're understaffed. Start thinking about the size of New York City and imagine, just have a dream that to be properly policed, we need to have a staff that's bigger than New York City. Can someone on your team please ask the mayor to address these issues? I have not heard him talk about the spike in crime or the danger that his citizens face. Can someone on your team talk with the Board of Supervisors and ask if the sheriff can get staffed up so that in a situation like this, we can at least borrow resources? We're all running around without any staffing and no plan for staffing. Can we get cops currently on office duty out from the desks and out patrolling? Can we get recruits who are currently in the academy out patrolling? We need a patrol for people to see that the public spaces are safe. Thank you very much for your time. I'd like to continue to help you guys do better. And we need more visible conversations between the sheriff, Chief Moore, and DA Gascon, and the mayor, public meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 5521, followed by Blue.
Hello,
Hi, what items did you like to speak on?
Chief's report and public comment, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Bill Watkins from Hollenbeck Division area. Thanks everyone for your efforts and those calling in for your efforts and attention as well. I doubt no one's effort on a daily basis. We're doing our best. It's a weird situation. The person was cut off about talking about stolen land for a minute, but it's pertinent because this government, along with the LA government, California government, was founded on violent theft of land, guns, cannons, explosives, firearms. I think it's a good time to question all of it. I want to look at quickly California 835A2, use of lethal force. It's poorly worded. We need work on this. As set forth below, it is the intent of the legislature that peace officers use deadly force only when necessary in defense of human life. It's all kinds of contradictions there. We should defend all human life. Deadly force is never necessary to defend anyone. If we break it down scientifically, an attacker or wrongdoer or suspect's heart does not have to stop beating for them to no longer be a threat. We need scientists around the clock looking for non-lethal approaches. The bobbies in England and the UK, 90% of those officers are non-lethal, 90%. They seem to have consent of the people there. We're having trouble with consent here. Let's look for it. The other thing I want to look at quickly is Air Support Division. The website on the Air Support Division history says the citizens of Los Angeles accept helicopters as necessary part of city's police system and strongly favor their continuation. That was construed in 1970 off a NASA report, NASA study done in over 50 years ago. I don't think you have the people's consent for helicopters. You do not have my consent to fly over my home. I love you guys. Thanks for all your efforts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Blue, followed by Religious Freedom.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time and the platform for giving us citizens the ability to speak our concerns. Chief Moore and Mr. Briggs, Thank you for your support of LAPD. Thank you for always having a reasonable and balanced platform. We appreciate it. We would like to thank every single officer out there that risks their lives every week and risk their safety to keep us protected. I live in the city. I've lived in LA for over 50 years. And I live deep in the heart of it. And to see this crime and these smash and grabs and people getting assaulted in the street and followed home is just unacceptable. Someone asked about the mayor. Well, he's in Washington getting sworn in, so he really doesn't care. Same mayor that called our police officers killers. This will continue to happen. I have never seen Los Angeles like this ever. We have a district attorney who has zero bail and zero consequences for these criminals. We are left to fend for ourselves. We are left to protect ourselves. One man was attacked the other day. The thug that was attacking him dropped his gun, and this citizen had to protect himself and his family. Loaded gun as a man is being assaulted by 20-year-olds. This is just a sad case. Chief Moore, I would like to thank you. Press conference, I believe a week or two ago, where the mayor tried to glorify himself and say that he made 14 arrests that night, or 14 arrests were made. You came out and corrected it and advised the people and the community members that 11 of those were released within hours. So thank you for not treating us like we're a bunch of dummies and don't know what's going on. And thank you for always being transparent and telling the truth. You know, we appreciate it. Please keep up the efforts with the officers in the community. The helping the children out and having the activities for the children and the Christmas events and the Operation School Bell. Those that don't want to take their kids, don't take them. We that want to take our kids appreciate the efforts, and we will take our students and our children. So don't speak on our behalf. Everyone has a choice to be a criminal, a choice to make bad choices. And, you know, those are consequences they face. Let's stop blaming it on COVID. Haters will always hate cops. We appreciate our cops. We like our cops. We want them in our community, and it's our choice. We speak for ourselves. We speak on behalf of ourselves. And we choose to take our children to these community events. So thank you for all you do. Keep it up. We're not here to change anyone's mind. We're here to show you support and gratitude for our LAPD.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have religious freedom, followed by Richie.
Hi there. The timer's not showing on the Zoom meeting screen, just so you know.
Okay, thank you. What items would you like to speak on?
All, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So, crime is up in LA, and the department can't hire and fill academy classes with qualified candidates. And you have a poison public right now that is causing induced mental health crimes and vehicle accidents. It is really sad, but you reap what you sow. And right now we have poor leadership decisions that are directly responsible for the failure and the crime explosion. So if you want it to stop, we need to stop requiring the forced eugenics, big pharma interventions. We need to stop the religious discrimination in the workplace, and things will improve like other red states and cities. So Soros-funded DA Gascon is a joke, has zero confidence of law-abiding citizens, and needs to go. And we need to get to what is going on with the status of exempt officers and their accommodations. We have exempt officers who do not consent to the EUA testing and will not be signing up for the Bluestone contact tracing system that goes against their sincerely held religious belief and violates their privacy and informed consent. This commission knows it's unlawful to threaten and discriminate and segregate and retaliate against exempt officers. The department needs to stop forcing officers to wear these EUA masks that participate in the satanic occult religious activity as a condition of employment. These face diapers contain dangerous pathogens that have been confirmed by lab testing, such as pneumonia, tuberculosis, meningitis, food poisoning, to name a few. So officers don't wear them in their private personal life because it's a fraud. So stop faking it. Nobody's buying it. This commission gang has repeatedly marketed and advertised for big pharma openly during these media meetings and meeting events. So the city knows it has intentionally violated collective bargaining process, intentionally failed duty to complete meet and confer process, repeatedly lied to the public, and incited violence and hate against unjabbed officers and unjabbed public who decline medical big pharma products. So by taking action and calling unvaccinated employees an imminent threat to public health and safety and workplace safety is wrong, and it must stop. Stop lying. The shot does not protect you. The British Medical Journal says twice as likely to get COVID if you've had the vaccine. The vaccine is a more serious form of COVID. You have the vaccination.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Richie, followed by Jason R.
Hi, yes, this is Richie Serdenko. I'd like to speak on all available items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Well, this is for Commissioner Briggs. I wasn't able to give public comment last week, but I really had something planned for Briggs. He did this whole spiel about people that want to defund the police don't live in reality. Well, Mr. Briggs, let's talk about the reality that we live in. You are currently the head of this police commission. How many times have you talked about Chief Moore's security making a wrongful arrest in another country? How many times, Briggs? How many times? How many times have you mentioned Ramon Reyes or Ozzie Hutchins' name? How many times? So if you want to talk about living in reality, Briggs, you're supposed to be the quote unquote head of the people's, the citizens' voice, and you don't even bring up these things. What about the guns that were stolen from the LAPD gun shop? How many times have you brought that up, Briggs? How many times? You don't talk about these issues, okay? And then you want to talk to us about living in reality? You're a fucking joke, dude. You're a joke, okay? I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer. You're not special, okay? You think that you're providing some critical analysis here? You're a fucking failure. And you're completely disingenuous when you say that we that want to defund the police are not living in reality. And if you're not being disingenuous, you're just fucking lying. How many times have you talked about the stolen guns, Briggs? How many times have you talked about more security making a wrongful arrest? How many times have you talked about LAPD killing 2 people in South Central? How many times have you called out LAPD swatting Dr. Melina Abdullah? Have you tried to find more information on that, Briggs? So when you talk about living in reality, okay, maybe you should do a readjustment of your reality and your inability to hold this commission accountable to the people. Okay, you think that you are the citizens' voice. These people that you are trying to impress don't even agree with you. You hear these fucking crazy people come on here and talk about like vaccine mandates and someone was complaining about how Garcetti said that LAPD is killer cops. Yeah, there are killer cops. They've killed 13 people this year. 9. There are killer cops. So Briggs, how about your reality? Get it together, you fuck.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jason R, followed by EP.
And EP will be the last caller, Madam Secretary.
Okay.
Becky, all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right, so this commission has shut me out of the public comment period for the last 2 meetings. At each of those meetings, I put my hand up at the start of the meeting, only to find my hand down when the public comment period began. Somebody asked Becky, why is this happening? This is even more reason to be transparent with the public comment queue, especially as this commission is locked into virtual meetings for the foreseeable future. Many of my comrades have had issues being called upon, and we know that you intentionally shut us out to curate public comment with pro-pig folks like CPAB chairs, off-duty and on-duty police, and bootlickers. Stop stacking the deck. Betty Lay ain't getting her hand up faster than me. Let's take a gander at some of the quotes from Moore over the last week on crime. He said, in regards to robberies, right now I believe that the efforts of the last year and a half or so have created at least a perception of a more permissive environment. For people that have the ability to go out and engage in this type of conduct, we are talking about here with no consequence. The permissive environment that he is referring to is how his officers get away with disability fraud or making terrorist threats. The permissive environment that he is referring to is how he doesn't discipline his officers for not wearing a mask during a global pandemic, officers who have had COVID and didn't wear a mask, officers who weren't vaccinated and didn't wear a mask. In fact, if my numbers are right, which doesn't even matter to this commission, 12 LAPD officers are dead as a result of the permissive environment cultivated by Chief Moore. Countless people that they've come into contact with have died as well. Y'all be talking about that during your closed session today, right? Any comment on which is worse, more, death or the loss of property? Let's go to 4D. Musty Mike, we should start calling you Marseille Mike. Last week, Bootlick Briggs talked about the robbing of tranquility, but made no mention of how Moore's security detail detained a French national in his own country, robbing him of his tranquility. Where was Marino's wife's phone? Who wants to bet that these men were Africans or Arabs? How was it that Moore wasn't present during the detention when he has his security detail doing the detaining? We know that his detail can't do a goddamn thing without his consent. Moore apologized to local officials in Marseille. I didn't hear an apology last week or today, so what's up with that? Good job, Michael. You are an international disgrace. You are an imbécile, which is French for imbecile. Pull this pork from the field. He should foot the bill for this trip, not the people. His pension is around $240,000 a year, so he should be able to cover it. His visit cost the taxpayers more than the $2,498 listed in the expense report. BLM-LA continues to uplift the demand of an independent investigation of the LAPD's handling of the 3 swatting incidents at Dr. Melina Abdullah's house. There still is no update on the second police targeting. You know, the one that was on the unrecorded homicide line, the one that LAPD couldn't blame on children in other countries for. And lastly, Billy Club Briggs, who's your ghostwriter? Jamie McBride? Massa told you to turn up last week, and boy, didn't you. No, people are not afraid to leave our houses to go shopping or go for a walk or risking our lives every time we go to a restaurant. You're not even an Uncle Tom anymore. You've ascended to Uncle Ruckus, you self-hating black man suffering from reverse vitiligo. Eeyore-looking motherfucker, the black Sobra. Fuck you, Willie.
Okay, thank you. Next we have EP.
Yeah, hello, good morning. What a great comment the previous caller just made. Yeah, I'm basically calling in to once again advocate, strongly implore for the removal of Steve Sobroff from the Civilian Oversight Committee. He is unqualified to continue to sit on this committee. Again, he is clearly a police apologist. He again has a police badge on his fancy Tesla, which implies that he has no interest in actually holding the police accountable. And his main priority is to basically rubber stamp all of their murders, all of their abuses, all of their corruption. And he is, as a fellow Jew, a disgrace to the Jewish people, my tribe, which are meant to stand against oppressive forces and stand against systemic racism. That is what the Creator bestowed upon. That was our, what do you want to call it? Our duty as the people that God chose to liberate in order for us to then help liberate other oppressed masses. Steve, you are a disgrace. You are an embarrassment. You don't do anything to actually help people. All you are there to do is to continue perpetuating the systemic racism, the systemic oppression that the police continue to commit. And again, I also want to highlight that a couple of years ago, his son posted a Father's Day pic with his child, and Steve Sobroff. Steve Sobroff, wait, what? No, wait on. Steve Sobroff was wearing a.
Madam Secretary, please end this call.
Not relevant.
Goodbye, you jerk.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That is the end of public comment. Before I turn to item 3 on the agenda, I just want to thank all of you who participate in these meetings. It's the very essence of the democratic system. Whether I agree with your statements or positions, you have a right to make them, as is your First Amendment right. Collectively, we are all Angelenos, and we want the best for our city, even though our visions may be different. What I believe to be true is that we all want a safe, happy, and healthy holiday season for all the citizens of this great city. As we turn towards buying that special gift for our loved ones and friends, please remember those who are less fortunate in this city. Please remember your neighbor who may be suffering because of a loss due to the pandemic. Please remember those who have made tremendous sacrifices for others, such as the first responders, members of the LAPD, the fire department, and hospital workers. Please remember those who have mentally or emotionally troubled and who may need your compassion. As a reminder, this will be the last meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners for this year. As such, on behalf of all the commissioners, I want to wish all of you a very, very happy holidays. At this time, we'll turn to item 3 on the agenda. And the statement of findings are: the COVID state of emergency remains active, and state or local officials have imposed or recommended measures to promote social distancing. Consistent with findings made by the City Council on October 6th, 2021, the COVID-19 pandemic remains a significant challenge in the city of Los Angeles, particularly in light of the highly contagious Delta variant. COVID-19 daily cases and community transmission remain high, and according to health experts, are likely to increase during the coming weeks because respiratory viruses spread more easily in the fall and winter months. I therefore move that the commission determine, in accordance with AB 361, that this legislative body has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and that the state of emergency continues to present imminent risk to the health or safety of attendees and continues to directly impact the ability of the board members to meet safely in person. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Aye.
Thank you. We now go to item 4 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Are there any commissioners that want to discuss a specific consent item? Seeing none, I move that we adopt and approve and accept items 4A, B, C, D, E, and F. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. We will now move to item 5 on the regular agenda items. And I would ask that we bring forth the 77th Division CPAB.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Captain Ahmad Zarakani from 77th area.
Good morning, Captain Sarkani.
Just wanted to let you know that this morning I received a call from my CPAB co-chair that due to a flooding at her residence, she will not be able to join us today. However, I have prepared a PowerPoint and I'm ready to go forward with our presentation.
Please proceed, Captain. Thank you.
I would like to share this PowerPoint. I believe someone there need to give me an access to be able to share my screen. Are you able to see my PowerPoint?
Madam Secretary, can you please help the captain?
Captain, go ahead and try one more time.
Okay. Did it work?
We can't see anything yet, Captain.
Okay, well. I'm just gonna go forward with a verbal presentation. Give me 1 second. Are you able to click this and bring it up to the? Where? Share screen.
Yeah. And then click your PowerPoint.
Okay.
And then, oh, you didn't hit the share button.
You did it, Captain.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Great. All right. Finally. Thank you. Thank you. Again, this morning I will be presenting to you a report on our CPAB and also the status of a 77th area. That's myself and my co-chair, Denise K. Smith, who unfortunately won't be able to join us today. Today, I will talk about an overview of 77th Street area, our CPAB, report about our CPAB, overview of our membership and our board, our subcommittees, and the initiatives taken by 77th area CPAB. This map here depicts our area of responsibility in 77th area. As you can see on the west, we are bordering the Pacific Division of LAPD. Also on the west, we're neighboring with City of Inglewood. Southwest Division is to the north of us, and southeast to the south. LAPD Newton Division is to our east, and we have LA County Sheriff, actually a portion of our southern border to the east and also to the west. 77th area is divided into 11 basic cars. Currently, I have 1 vacancy for one of our senior leads who retired. Actually, I want to say retired probably about over a year ago. And so what we're doing is other senior leads are rotating weekly, covering that basic car, which is basic car 57. Senior lead positions are critical positions in the department. I would refer to them as ambassadors of our division, our area in the community. They are in contact with our neighborhood watch organization, block captains, neighborhood councils, business and residential community, and community organization, and also faith-based organizations. 77th area is covered by 2 council districts, Council District 8 and Council District 9. And we have great partnership with both council districts. I am in contacts routinely with the district directors for both council districts. We update them on any major incident in their respective area, and also we address any of the concerns that is brought to them by the community. So it's a great partnership with the council districts, and we're very happy with the way things are going. One of the, I would say just like I think most parts of in LA, if you go, the complaints are from the community is regarding our unhoused encampments. The complaints are regarding accumulation of trash and debris, blocking the public access areas, sidewalks, driveways, narcotics and human trafficking related activities. We're working in partnership with our council district and allied agencies to address those concerns. Next, I want to tell you a little bit about 77th area. We were established in 1925, and we are providing services to 177,000 residents. Our division is 11.33 square miles, and currently we have 354 sworn and civilian employees working in 77th area. The neighborhoods that are patrolled by 77th area are Crenshaw District, Athens Park, Chesterfield Square, Gramercy Park, Hyde Park, South Park, Vermont Knolls, View Heights, Vermont Park, Morningside Park, and West Park Terrace. Let me talk to you a little bit our crime stats in 77th area. Our Part 1 crimes decreased 2.2% compared to 2020, and again decreased by 4% when compared to 2019. Our violent crime decreased 3.7% compared to 2020. However, when we compare those numbers to 2019, we had an increase of 6%. This year, we had an increase of 5.8% in our homicide versus 2020. However, when you compare those numbers to 2019, we had an increase of 44.4%. Our major concern in 77th area is gun violence. We have seen an increase in gun possession by suspects in robberies, aggravated assaults, and even in some cases when they're committing property crimes. Year to date in 77th area, we had 517 incidents where shots were fired. That's an increase of 1.4% compared to 2020. But when you compare that to 2019, that's a 55% increase. Total gun arrests in 77th area until the end of November were 767 gun arrests. I believe that's number one stat in the department compared to other divisions, that number of arrests. Also, by end of November, our officers had recovered 1,165 firearms in 77th area. That I believe is a significant number when you compare to some of the other agencies or even other LAPD divisions. Also, I think one significant number that I was looking at was number of NIBIN hits. As you know, NIBIN is a comparison, it's a National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. And basically we're looking at a firearm that was used at a crime scene if it's connected to other crimes. In 77th area, we had 338 incidents year to date that the guns were used in this division were also used in other crimes, either in other jurisdictions or in other crimes in 77th area, 338. So what we're doing here is really a great partnership we have with gang reduction and youth development. In addition to the weekly grid meetings that we have, that's all South Bureau divisions are involved. We also have great communication and exchange of information to reduce gang-related crimes and gun violence in 77th area. And our grid intervention workers respond to our shooting incidents, they calm the community concerns, and more importantly, they prevent and address any rumors. If they hear any rumors that we had a shooting at a particular location and a particular gang is versus another gang, we need to really squash those rumors quickly because that can escalate the level of violence very quickly here. Another great partner and program that we're really very proud of working with them is Deputy City Attorney Laura Drano Child Abuse Policy Prevention Program. They have been great partner with our division in responding to violent crimes involving children. And we value their hard work and partnership. Unfortunately, children are exposed to violent crimes here, I would say, on a daily basis. And having such a program and great partnership with it really helps us out. Our officers contact them in incidents that we have children involved in any violent crime, and they do respond. And let me talk to you a little bit our CPAB. Our CPAP serves as an advisory and problem-solving group. And it's basically the community member, people who live here, work here. They could be teachers that are here in our schools that are teaching, could be people from the faith-based communities. So it's people from the community who are part of our CPAP, and we meet with them on a monthly basis. Myself and my co-chair, we do run the meetings, and we preside over all our meetings, and we appoint the committee chairs, and we also, during community events, myself and my co-chair and also CPAP participate. They're volunteers. Again, as I said, they live here, they work here, and they have a connection to 77 community. One thing I'm really proud of is how the subcommittees that we've created here, they're really involved in nuts and bolts of the issues that come up. One of our subcommittees is traffic. And we do on the meetings that we have on and people participate in our CPAP meetings, problems come about as far as traffic, cars are speeding in a particular neighborhood, cars racing. So all of that, we channel them through our subcommittee, traffic subcommittee, and they basically come up with the missions. So the missions that we assign to our officers to, let's say, concentrate to a particular problem, that has gone through our CPAP, and our community is involved in making those plans and addressing those concerns. We also have the on-housing campaign, and as I said earlier, there is no shortage of concerns there. So also our subcommittee regarding on-housing encampments is very active. And in that area, we try to assist, offer services, and also educate the community with the resources that are available. Our bylaws and membership committee is we just created that recently, and I'll get more into it a little bit later. But they're one of the missions they have, one of the things they're working on right now is developing a youth CPAP component. And I'll be honest, I mean, we need younger people involved in our CPAP. I think we benefit from it greatly. And I think that's a really good start to focus on having a component of CPAP to have younger people as members. And also, when we're looking at our attracting new membership, when we're looking at our attracting new membership, we had a slide here that I hope I didn't pass. That's really maps the where our membership comes from. And when we're looking at our membership, where they're coming from, when we map it on in our division, there's one basic car, which is actually on the eastern part of division. And it's, I would say, vast majority are Hispanics. That's a basic car that we're lacking membership from. So another mission that we have assigned to this subcommittee is trying to attract more Hispanic membership to our CPAP. Right, I have the breakdown here. Right, currently our CPAP membership is, I believe by a quarter is Hispanic, and we'd like to increase that to 47%. That's the goal. That's the goal we have for this year. Our CPAP members are also very active in our community and also in providing resources to the community. For example, car seats that not only in 77, but other South Bureau divisions needed because they were expired. One of our CPAP members volunteered to do a fundraising and purchase those for 77 and other divisions in South Bureau. They were involving school backpack giveaway. One of our members actually organized the Days of Dialogue, which is monthly taking place. And we bring the community member and we rotate our officers, officers from gang unit, officers from patrol, officers, detectives when they're available. So we rotate that Days of Dialogue with the community to have everyone involved. Myself and Captain Hawkins, who's my partner, we do attend those, all those meetings. We're also so proud of our community relation office and our SLOs. They're working so hard with all segments of our community. Our CROW is working with a student organization from a local university here in South LA to host community events and also participate in our community cleanups that we have here monthly. They have shown great interest, and as a matter of fact, they will be attending one of our programs that also our CPAB is sponsoring is Walk with a Cop. And basically every month we adopt a park, and myself, other personnel here from 77, we invite the community and we go walk in that particular park. I believe that I have there's a picture here from one of those events that, as a matter of fact, the picture here on top is one of the recent events that we had at Vermont Square Park, as you can see there. So we have good attendance and we have good participation from the community. And one of the things I love is how many children participate, and that's always good to see. The other programs that our CPAB has sponsored was Faith and Blue, that we had that event on October. We had a virtual community empowerment symposium, and that was really focused on gun violence. We had that in the month of October. And as I said, the Days of Dialogue, which have been very successful. Also at the end, I would like to give you a quick overview of our youth programs here in 77th area. 77th Street currently has 66 cadets ages 13 through 17 and 33 junior cadets ages 8 through 12 in this program. Our junior cadets meet every Wednesday and our cadets meet every Thursday at the station. During these weekly meetings, our cadets are participating in physical fitness drills, field trips, classes that emphasize leadership, ethical decision-making, and academic excellence and community stewardship. We recently had 12 cadets participate and complete an 8-week course of equine assisted learning at free range. This course, which was possible through a generous grant from the Police Foundation, focuses on cadets learning valuable life lessons with the help of the horses. It's a program that I participated in one of the sessions, and it's just amazing to see how these young people in a farm interacting with the horses. It was very, particularly when you see where they're coming from an urban environment. Our cadets also participated and assisted in many community events, including 77 Carnival, community cleanup, Walk with the Cop distribution of crime flyers, and several fundraising to support their program. We are currently getting ready for the next Cadet Academy, which begins in January of 22. It's a 15-week course, and right now we have selected 10 cadets to attend this academy. I'm ready to address any questions you may have.
Captain, thank you, and thank you for your service and that of members of your CPAP down there in the 77th area. Seems like you are accomplishing a lot. You raised a couple of issues in the first part of your presentation. One had to do with the number of firearms that you've recovered during this past year. of the number of firearms that you've recovered, can you explain whether or not any of those are ghost guns, or are they the majority of them registered weapons?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we actually, every time we have in our weekly crime control meetings, that's one of the things that the table that's responsible for those firearms, they give us a report. The last report that I saw, we have seen an increase in ghost guns here in South LA. Initially, we were maybe 5–10% of our recovered weapons were ghost guns. We're right now for year to date in this year, we're up to 33% are ghost guns. And this number we expect to continue to increase. Another 40% of our firearms actually comes from out of state. They're not from California. And we know that because there are no records of it here. So we have to go through ATF to do a manual search if they can, if they're able to, if that particular state is holding records to be able to recover that. Another about 25% are either reported stolen or they have removed serial numbers. And the rest, which is 2 or 3%, are weapons that are registered to a family member of the person who was possessing the firearm, or the person himself or herself.
Thank you, Captain. With respect to the ghost guns and those guns that are coming from out of state, is your division doing anything in conjunction with ATF, the FBI, and or the U.S. Attorney's Task Force on ghost guns?
Yes, sir, we do. We have a great partnership with them. As a matter of fact, they have a task force here, and I have some of my own officers, detectives here in 77 are part of that task force. As a matter of fact, some of the individuals that we arrested this year, they received federal filing when they met the U.S. Attorney's filing guidelines. In addition to that, we had a training here at 77th area that was done by the ATF agents to train our officers and detectives. We had agents here from DC, and so great partnership. Same thing with U.S. Attorney. As a matter of fact, U.S. Attorney is providing training in the upcoming weeks regarding firearms and domestic violence suspects and federal laws regarding that. So there is great partnership, great relationship. All the weapons that are recovered here, we run them through ATF. So I would say very good relationship with the federal government as far as our firearms go.
Are you finding that it is an organized effort to bring in ghost guns into the community there in the 77th Division?
So initially, maybe people were putting the firearms together, particularly rifles, and they were basically selling them. But more and more what we see is these mail order parts that are basically mailed to someone's house, and they go to their own garage and they can put it together easily. So there is a mix of that, but that's really the difficulties with ghost guns, because really there is nothing to track them. They have no serial numbers. You don't know who made them. You don't even, I mean, if somebody even possesses a ghost gun in their own residence and they burglarize and that firearm is taken, they won't be able to really report it as a stolen firearm because there is no serial number associated with it. So if it's recovered downrange, you don't even, there's no way for police to backtrack it to a particular residence or crime or owner.
Thank you very much. Captain, one final question I have. What work are you doing with the Community Safety Partnership Bureau to help bring down crime in your division?
Great partnership with them. They actually are, they have a zone in our division. We're in like constant contact with their captain, with their commanding officer. They're on our text thread and email thread when it comes to crimes or community events here in 77, and I also receive their text threads and emails regarding events that they have. In addition to that, we have our officers that I send to when they have training. I believe about a couple of months ago that they're training at USC. So I did send my own officers there. They participated with them during that training. So great relationship, great partnership. And I think the way I'm envisioning this downrange, it's something that we need to copy in every division. And that's the direction we really need to go.
Thank you very much, Captain. I'm going to open it up to other commissioners if they have any questions. Commissioner Clanche.
Oh,
Commissioner Clanche.
thank you. Hello, Captain Zarkani. We met last week.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
So last week, we went on a walk we did a walk of the Crenshaw-Slauson area. It was really interesting. There's some with the senior leads that we're working with. And I think that some of the things that I saw there's opportunities, and I think there's things that we need to work on. So for instance, one of the things that was of concern was the closing of the Ralph's. The Ralph's supermarket closed, which I feel is a great asset for that community, and to have that supermarket closed is a big deal. So when I was talking to the senior leads, I mentioned the opportunity of hopefully, engaging the council office and the mayor's office to see what could be done there, because I think that's a crucial asset for the community. The other is the Crenshaw Metro line. I think that's another opportunity, not just to think about safety. And I know that your senior leads working with Metro, but also to see how we can engage more young people in employment and things like that. So that leads me to my question is about, and I don't know if you know these stats off the top of your head, but I'm thinking about like, what is the 18 to 30-year-old population? And you could estimate, give me an estimate of what you think that population is like, because I think that would be one of the populations that we would need to focus on in that division. So I don't know if you know that, or if you have a good guess.
I really don't, Commissioner, and I know when we were trying to look for, I had a slide in my PowerPoint that I didn't get to, that it basically was showing the population there. I really couldn't get anything current with the latest stat as far as age.
Do you think that there's it's a young, because I know, like, say on the east side of LA, it's a significantly like younger population. So I'm assuming that it's pretty similar in 77th. I don't know.
We do have a lot of young people. That's yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have if you look at the number of elementary schools here, so we do have a significant number of young population, but what the stats and numbers are, I don't know.
Okay. So I would say like that would be a target for, and I know that you talked about increasing the number of younger folks that participate in CPAB, and I know you want to have a youth CPAB. I think also focusing on the 18 to 30, 40-year-olds to get more involved with CPAB, I think is super important. So that I would encourage that. I think that's really important. And the other question is, why do you think that there's less of the Hispanic community participating? What are the barriers?
I feel that even though we are going above and beyond trying to reflect to the community that we are not in business of immigration related enforcement, I think it's something that we're doing our best. I think the other part of it is also people work hard. Some of these people here have 2 or 3 jobs, and then asking them to come here and participate in additional activities, it's difficult. But I think the onus is on us to encourage them. That it's our job to get them involved. It's our job to go there and be persistent, because at the end of the day, that's their community, and we want them to make a decision on what they need in their community, what they expect from their police department, what they want from their officers in their community.
Okay. If there's any way that I could assist, please let me know. I think going to the schools, working with the principals can, recommend some community leaders or school leaders. I think that would be great.
We'll do.
Let me know if there's anything that I can do to support.
We'll do. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your hard work out there. Thank you for being out there last week with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Sobroff, I saw you had your mic open.
Yeah, Commissioner Kalanche covered the area that I wanted to cover, but Captain, I can't think of a division in the department that would be benefit more from young people and almost young people, like Commissioner Kalanche recommended, than 77th. I think it could be a great leadership role for the rest of Los Angeles, and there are many organizations through Big Brothers, Boys and Girls Clubs, and some of the others that may be able to help you in recruiting. But I think it's a really great idea. Thank you for all you're doing, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Subaroff. And we have great relationship with those organizations that you mentioned that are here in South LA, and we do have programs that like we have a weekend bicycle program that we do participate with those organizations here in South LA, and it working very well.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobroff. Commissioner Bonner.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Captain Z, for being here with us today. It's good to see you. I hope you're more settled now than you were. I attended the CPAB meeting, I think back in July 7th or 8th, thereabouts.
Yes.
I think you were just getting seated and planning some reforms and efforts for the CPAB, and sounds like you've made a lot of good progress in getting some of those things retooled. So I appreciate that. And also, I recall we discussed with you and also Deputy Chief Scott the idea of a youth component to the CPAB. So I'm pleased that you're moving forward with that, and understand it's complicated and somewhat difficult work, but I think it will pay some dividends. So thank you for moving forward on that. Just a couple of things I did want to ask about also. One was on the issue of guns. This was my memory, the CPAB meeting in July, and then around August, I think, or so, this was the time there was a lot of new captains had come to the table, and there were some meetings that we were or that Chief Scott was having down in South Bureau, and there was a discussion about, it was maybe around the time the ATF task force was kind of getting started as well. There was some discussion about some issues at that time with Union Pacific Railroad and some of the issues of guns coming in on some of their unattended rail cars and things of that nature. The question is, as I'm reflecting, and this was, good reminder, this was over the summer, question about the ATF, task force, for example. You mentioned some of the activity that is occurring, but is that designed to produce any particular outcomes, or is it designed to really just, contribute to a number of ongoing efforts?
The task force with ATF is working on, it's not one mission, it's a several pronged mission. One is obviously, they do have resources to reach out to outside of California, other states that have offices. They're able to get information for us for the firearms that we recover here, see where it came from, what were the circumstances, how did it get here. Another focus for our ATF task force is to our repeat offenders. I mean, I was just looking at some of the stats for the people we've arrested so far this year. Some of these individuals are, and as you know, it's unfortunately for possession of firearms, it's zero bail. So some time ago, we arrested someone for firearm. We let the person out, and within a week he was again in custody with a different firearm. So we do have individuals who get rearrested for possession of firearm. They get rearrested for other crimes. And actually, I can recall maybe a couple of cases that the people that we had arrested for possession of firearm, they were let go. They were subsequently arrested for homicide. And which was unfortunate, because if these individuals were held accountable when they were arrested with these firearms, the subsequent crimes probably would not have occurred. So with the ATF task force here, that gives us opportunity to look at the sources of the guns. It also helps us out to with the NIBINs, we're able to run those and see if the guns that were used, the firearm that was used here, they were used in other crimes. So there is a lot of benefit and a lot of, it's a good resource for our detectives and our officers to have the task force here, and they're proactive.
And just a follow-up on that, you mentioned, for example, one of the issues that is, is the how guns, where the guns are coming from. But are you in a position to know any more about also, say the chain of custody, if you will, from where guns come into the region and how they actually get into the hands of people in 77?
So if a gun that from manufacturers, it came to California, it's a lot easier to trace. But if you're talking about a gun that went to a different state that they have different laws, their record keepings are different, their state requirement laws are different. So it is not as easy.
So I'm thinking also even just more from a practical level. This gets to one of the other questions I asked the chief about this morning, and that was there's a lot. It's a multifaceted issues, lots of different. The issue of shooting violence. Lots of different elements to it, but there is this one sense that some significant portion of the shootings are over relatively trivial kinds of things, or at least things that might seem trivial to some of us, but to a 18 or 22-year-old male who's got the mental development and maturity of a 14-year-old raised by young, parents in poverty or what have you, they wouldn't process decisions the same way that we would. So something that may seem trivial to us is something that might strike a young person as something that is that warrants getting a gun and going out and shooting someone. Question is, that 14-year-old or that 20-year-old or 25-year-old, whatever their age is, that young person that gets a gun. What do we know about that part of it in terms of where that person, where the young people are getting guns? Is that part of the investigations that are done down there, and are you picking that part of it up as well, and that would allow you to comment generally speaking as to what we're finding?
So what we rely on is the information that the person provide to us at that time, because really tracing guns, Commissioner, is labor intensive. And I'll be honest with you, I had to pull detectives from my property crime sections. I had to transfer them to violent crime tables, because the number of crimes that we're dealing with, particularly violent crimes or where firearms are used, it's significant. So that lack of bodies, detectives, officers, investigators who actually are experienced and they know what they're doing, it's with the current retirement and current exit that we had in the department, that causes a challenge to do additional things that we love to do, but unfortunately we're unable to.
Thank you. Appreciate that. A couple other quick questions. One was going back to I mentioned the July meeting, at least that I had the opportunity to sit in on it, and in that discussion there was a lot of discussion about the quality of life issues raised by the house's population and some of the encampments, and in particular what I recall was a member of the community who was calling in on behalf of her 83-year-old mother, I believe, and the issue was some people who had parked some motorhomes, I believed, in and around the home, and they were really concerned not just about the numbers of people it was bringing into the neighborhood, but the bottles of urine and other types of things that were associated with that. And one question about what I don't recall is I know that there's some limits in terms of how that issue is enforced and tracked, but I vaguely recall that it was one concern that I had was that it sounded as if it was something that was going to be addressed by the SLO or the senior lead officer that was on the call. So that's part of the question is the quality of life issues and things that the CPAB focuses on, and to the degree they result in some action. Is it the primary? Are you relying on the SLOs to take up that challenge of responding to the specific? Some of them are broad, systemic issues and things that are discussion, but some of them are more really constituent service types things where someone's got an issue in a certain location in the neighborhood, and that's what it tends to get more focus. And again, what I had a little bit of concern about was the impression that I had that was loaded up as a responsibility of the SLOs to go out and address those specific things. Is that accurate? Number one is really, and if it is, how are they able to keep up with that?
Commissioner, that's very accurate. I get emails routinely from citizens because they have issues with street maintenance, with tree trimming, with lights that DWP is responsible for, with a lot of issues that has nothing to do with police department. But when I respond to them, they tell me, I emailed you, you immediately responded. I emailed you, you called me, but that's not the same. That's not the same with other city services. So we have become, whether we like it or not, we've become a clearinghouse. So our senior leads do a lot of services for our community that I'm okay with, because if the community member can get these services, it's on my senior leads to get in touch with council district, to get involved with other city agencies, and we're able to solve those issues. And that's why I said the senior lead officers are such a significant resource to the community and to the department. They're really ambassadors. They're bringing the problems that the community bring to us, to other agencies, to council district, and they try to find a solution for them as much as we can.
Well, I think I understand what you're indicating. And again, I've not just noted that in the 77th Street CPAB, but some of the others that I've attended as well. And just know on the one hand, it's favorable, and for all I know, some of this, there's I don't know if there's a different dynamic when there's a commissioner in the mix and so on. But it's on the one hand, it's admirable that there is an effort to quickly have somebody dispatched and have an answer to those specific questions. But it's clearly not sustainable, in terms of having people come in, and because the impression that I got also was that is really kind of an expectation that the community does have at this point, is that there's a lot of quality of life issues that are brought to the CPAB, and the inclination is to, okay, let's make sure we're responsive, and that's good. But it also continues that, to feel that expectation that is the place that one comes to get some of these issues addressed. One last question is, and this came up a little bit this morning as well in the discussion of crime stats. This is on the issue of reentry. And in an area where there's, you probably do see a fair number of people who come back into the community from the criminal justice system. Is the CPAB, does I know sometimes an issue comes up, and we may talk about it, like in this case is a reentry issue. CPAB is not necessarily, the people who come to those discussions may not use the same terms and the same words and things that we do. But I'm asking you, how much from what you see and what people, the concerns that are brought to that table, relate to this problem with people who come back or released back into a community without the proper level of support that's needed, that then may result, whether it's in one of the houseless quality of life issues that we talked about, or any number of other problems that may come up. Does the CPAB, does that manifest any more in 77th than it might in other parts of the city?
So at least for 77th or South LA, I can tell you a significant number of unhoused individuals. Unfortunately, their past is involving correctional institutions. And when they come, really, there is no support out there. So what happens is they end up in the encampments. And unfortunately, in encampments, we have seen in South LA a significant level of narcotics activity and also human trafficking. And the several unhoused individuals that incidents that resulted in homicide that I myself responded to, it involved narcotics activity, sales and disputes and such. So the problem is there. Where we're blessed is part of our CPAB. We also have grid built into our CPAB. So our CPAB, the component of grid is part of our CPAB. They're members of our CPAB because some of those grid intervention workers live in 77th area. So we have them in our CPAB, and we do discuss these issues. We do talk about how we can help, what are the solutions. So, but if you really look at these individuals who are released from the institutions, really the state needs to build a level of support system, and it's really not out there. The support system as far as financial help, social services, rehab, all those things are not there. So the end result is they're right here on Figueroa. I mean, I can take you to that encampment and I go there and I talk to them, and it's unfortunate, but that's where a lot of them end up.
Yeah, I realize that, and I just say that I'm certainly not an expert in the area, but the little that I do know is very unfortunate, because this particular issue with regard to reentry, and I should say that everybody, at least my experience in meeting some people who come out of the system, are not just going from the system back to some issue of crime or criminal activity. There's a number of people who get skills and other types of training in the system, but you come out, and then if you're trying to apply for work, a job that requires work boots, for example, but you don't have boots, or you don't have the ability to buy the kinds of things, or you don't have transportation to get to the place where you need to get services. So I've seen those situations where someone comes out with a little bit of hope, but then it's what happens to them on the street that takes them back down a different place. And unfortunately, it's kind of left to the efforts of a lot of ministers and local, very localized, underfunded kinds of programs. And I just close by connecting it again back to why I'm unsettled by, and I don't know that this is the case, but that was again my impression, was that that some of the people bring these issues to the CPAB with the expectation that a senior lead officer or someone at the LAPD will get involved and try to address it. And that's just, not only is it unsustainable, but I think you'd agree it's not it's not really not the best approach. And so anyway, I would, I guess, ask that as we continue the efforts, whether it's with the youth elements and all the other efforts, is to figure out some way to provide that opportunity to help people get to other service providers if they're, to the degree they're out there, so that there's just not a continuing, reliance on the department to do more than what it's probably able to do. But anyway, I appreciate you coming here today, and again, it's good to see it. I can tell by the presentation that you made that you are firmly in the seat and settled much more than you were back in the summer. So it's good to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. Just want to let you know, also one of the things we've done is in our CPAP meeting, we're bringing now the council district, we're bringing service providers, we're bringing DWP. I mean, the areas that the residents have problem, we bring those guest speakers and we try to make connection. By making connection to other city services or service providers, hopefully we're going to be out of that loop of residents, community members constantly reaching out to LAPD because they want their issues and problems solved. And I appreciate what you said, and I agree with you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Clancy, I saw you had your hand raised.
Yes, I just want to comment on what the conversation, and Commissioner Bonner, just so you know, I have the same concern that LAPD can't solve, every quality of life issue and still respond to, all the public safety concerns. So one of the things that we've been doing with the senior leads in the public engagement unit and a key group of senior lead officers from across the department is to start building, while we're working to build their capacity to, and that's why I was out there at 77th last week, to build their capacity to be able to do some training and capacity building of community in order to organize the community so that they can respond to their own concerns. I don't believe that they need the police to help them call the council office, but they need to be trained to do that, right? They need to be able to reach out to the different city departments. And one of the things I've heard, it's like very difficult to sometimes get a city department to respond, even to a senior lead. So we're out there. We have 2 pilot areas that we're focused on, and one is in 77th, to start building community and more community engagement and training the senior leads to do some organizing so that they're not relying on the police to address these quality of life issues that can be addressed by the community. So I totally agree with you. And that's something that we're starting to pilot little by little. But yes, we can't just rely on the senior lead. We got to build the community's ability to address some of these concerns and to reach out to the entities and to have the departments and the other city and county entities respond to the community. So
well, listen, I appreciate that, Commissioner Kalanchi. And it reminds me earlier there was I was kind of suggesting that at some point next year we have a check-in on the alternative dispatch and that part of it, which is, in my opinion, very much related to the efforts you just described.
Yeah.
And so I just say let's give some thought about how at some appropriate time when there's enough actual to report, so this past year and even to where we are now has been a lot of discussion about the need to transfer and to do some of this groundwork. But it does, if there is enough, and if there's not enough, these seeds taking root and things happening, we should know that as well. But at least if there are at least some of these efforts, it strikes me that in some months, from now, it'd be a good time probably to put together some response to, or some presentation just so everyone gets some sense. And just also your last point about the community as well. This is part of what I was alluding to is the even part of it is the community mindset that and I would connect this even to what I saw at the dispatch center. Again, there's the mindset that if there's a problem, you call 911 and in many cases that is you call, which means you're calling the police. And I saw that in the course of 2 hours or so, even on Thanksgiving morning, which was people were calling in with a range of issues that were very legitimate. But some of it, you got the impression that it's because this was the city service that they could reach because people have been trained over the last 50 years to call 911. And so I think, anyway, it's a good conversation that we should figure out how to have at some point and to check in on where this change is.
Absolutely. And I think it shows that despite what folks might think, I think the commission is trying, this commission is trying to make a difference in how the community engages with law enforcement and looking at alternatives and looking at, empowering the community to kind of have a say in what they want in their community and how they want to be served by law enforcement. So I know we hear that we're not doing anything, but we really are trying to make a difference. And we're out there trying to change, how we do things. So Captain, I appreciate that your senior lead has been very, very active in our group and trying to, I saw his work directly out in that area. And so thank you for that. But yes, Commissioner Bonner, I agree. I think at some point, everything's going to come together and we'll be able to see some ways to kind of change how we interact and changing those quality of life issues.
Commissioner Bonner, thank you very much.
I did have one other thing I wanted to say, and this is on behalf of the dispatchers, really. And one other thing I observed, and this is a point that Commissioner Kalanchi was making about what the commission is or isn't doing or what have you. But one thing that also I saw pretty clearly is all of us have that situation where we call some 800 customer service number, and you get so you're speaking with some well-meaning person who's answering the phone, trying to defend a policy or something that someone on the board of directors or someone else talked to, and you never get to talk to the person who, you know, made the rule. You just get to vent at the person who's trying to explain it to you. And you see a lot of that, you know, where I saw a lot of that is that those people who work at that level take a lot of heat for, you know, people calling, whether it's, you know, they were waiting on line too long, or somebody didn't respond fast enough to their situation, whatever it is. And that was one thing that really did stand out. I mean, obviously we can't all go out and man a line, but I think it's worth acknowledging, you know, the point that I certainly took that away, that a lot of people do answer for, in some cases, the good things we do, and in some cases, the things that we're not able to do or just don't do. So I just wanted to acknowledge that on behalf of the PSRs that I had an opportunity to hear from a little bit recently. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Clanche, did you have any more? Thank you, Commissioner Clanche. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you. Captain, thank you very much for coming today, for your presentation, and for also presenting on behalf of your co-chair of the CPAB. And I've found the entire conversation fascinating. I'll say the questions I had with respect to your presentation have been answered during the Q&A. But I do have a question based on one of the answers you gave to a question that was asked of you. And it relates to, this is shifting gears a bit, admittedly. You mentioned that you had to, for reasons I understand, pull detectives from property crimes to work on violent crimes. And I understand why you had to do that. But I wonder if you could give us a perspective of 77th and maybe other instances where you had to reallocate resources due to either emerging issues or budget cuts or whatever the cause was. I'm trying to get a better sense of your the resources you have available to assist your community.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me just illustrate that by an example. On Figueroa Corridor, I used to have, we had a car that was dedicated, a Z car that was basically patrolling that area. And on weekends, sometimes we had two of those here, four officers being able to deploy as a Z car dedicated to Figueroa Corridor. Figueroa Corridor is known for human trafficking related activities, well known, to a point that we have people from other states, human traffickers from other states come here to South LA to Figueroa Corridor. Narcotics activities, gang related activities, shootings, homicides. When we didn't have those resources, our number of shootings were up, aggravated assaults were up. So during summer, when the department afforded us the overtime detail, the first thing I did in 77 was I restored that detail. I put that detail back on Figueroa Corridor. And we did a report on that I basically sent it up the chain for the Bureau and for Office of Operations and COP. We saw significant reduction in number of aggravated assaults, even number of shootings. Everything dropped. Everything dropped significantly. So putting those officers visible there, having them interact with, they were taking food, they were conducting foot beats, they were walking to businesses, they were they were interacting with community members. So they were out there visible for everyone to see. And when we had those officers there, we didn't have the problems. And that really tells the story. When we pulled our, I mean, if you look at our burglaries, our burglaries are our business community is being hit hard by burglaries. But a couple of weeks ago, I had to pull another detective from burglary table. And where did he go? We had to send him to MAC table investigating aggravated assaults. So it's until I get some relief as far as personnel goes, unfortunately, I have to continue this practice of removing detectives from their assignments that are not related to violent crime and having them deal with our really gun crime and violent crime, because to us, that's the #1 issue that we need to deal with.
Thank you, Captain. And I'm aware of the issues with the Figueroa corridor. Can I ask you, without the overtime, are you able to staff that area effectively?
Not the way I want to, because I mean, look, our vice unit is being reduced to half of what it used to be. My NED unit, narcotics enforcement detail that work there, they're down to 1/3 of what they used to be. I mean, and we see the consequences of it in form of violence when people get into narcotics disputes that turns into shootings, turn into homicides. So those are the areas that when I get enough personnel, and I've made the commitment to those supervisors in those units, because they need personnel to be able to operate effectively. And we're not there yet, unless if we continue the practice of manning those units with overtime, which at times I have to do. And let me be honest with you, at times I had to go over my budget. But to me, the safety of my community is more important.
Thank you, Captain. Earlier this year, the commission heard some very compelling testimony and witness statements about human trafficking. Could you give me a broad overview of the impact on the human trafficking, particularly with respect to Figueroa corridor, whether it be, the resources you have to address that is where I'm really going.
Well, Figueroa corridor, as I said, it's nationally known location for human trafficking activity. I have, recently we had a homicide there a few weeks ago. I was there, and the person was from out of state, wasn't from LA, and he was here involving human-related activity, and he lost his life. The disputes happen constantly between the human traffickers. We have a lot of juveniles. We have a lot of young girls that are brought from different cities here or from even different states. It's a significant problem. And it really doesn't have a day or time that you can say, well, we have to concentrate on these hours. It's going on 24/7. Holidays, weekends, weekdays, 24/7. Figueroa corridor is when you drive there, you see human trafficking related activities. And really to be able to combat that, I remember years ago when I was a young officer, we were dealing with like Sunset Boulevard or Hollywood Boulevard. It's day and night. If you go there, it's really cleaned up. And what it took was significant resources. The Hollywood Vice Unit was, that's significant number of officers. I don't even have 5% of the numbers of the officers that were deployed there at one time to deal with Sunset or with Hollywood Boulevard here in 77 Division. We need significant resources to really be able to put a dent on it.
Thank you, Captain. I appreciate your commentary and your candidness. Thank you. It's important we understand the impact and what you're facing on the street. So thank you for your entire presentation today. Commissioner Briggs, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Captain, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your thorough answers. Thank you for being responsive to all the commissioners. And we know that you have a very challenging division there. And thank you for all of your efforts. And I want to wish you a very happy holiday.
Thank you, the same. Thank you very much.
Be safe.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to go to item 5B on the agenda with Director Rhodes. With respect to positional asphyxia, the department's report.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Commissioner Briggs, may I ask a question of you, sir?
Yes.
I understand Ms. Rhodes is going to be presenting on all the policies in front of us that all relate to state court changes. Would it be possible to hear her presentation on all of them before we ask questions?
Yes, that probably would be more efficient. Thank you, Commissioner Decker, for the suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, let me share my screen. I know that you heard from Commander Lurie on November 9th about these, and so much of this in terms of the law was covered. I am going to be as concise yet comprehensive as I can be. I'm going to start with AB 490, which is a policy on positional asphyxia. That is a new law which prohibits a law enforcement agency from authorizing techniques or transport methods that involve a substantial risk of positional asphyxia. And in the law, positional asphyxia is defined as situating a person in a manner that compresses their airways and reduces the ability to sustain adequate breathing, including the use of any physical restraint, like pressure or body weight that is unreasonably applied against a restrained person's neck, torso, or back, or positioning that person without reasonably monitoring them for signs of asphyxia. The policy starts off with that prohibition and upfront indicates that techniques or transport methods that involve a substantial risk are not authorized by the department. It then goes on to define positional asphyxia in the exact same way that the law does. Furthermore, it talks about factors, or at least some factors, that increase the risk of positional asphyxia in addition to any risk potentially created by how a person is positioned. These include states in which officers frequently encounter individuals, and those are altered mental states, intoxication, trauma, obesity, or underlying medical conditions, especially those that deal with the heart or the respiratory system. The policy then discusses techniques that cause a risk of positional asphyxia, and this is a non-exhaustive list, but gives officers a chance to understand the kinds of things that could increase the risk of positional asphyxia. That's the policy it then goes on to talk about the employee's responsibilities, and those include calling an ambulance and reporting to a supervisor. That's the policy prohibiting techniques or transport methods that substantially increase the likelihood of positional asphyxia. Because the law also applies to other policies, we have edited the next policy regarding hobble restraints. That's the next manual section. And as you can see, it indicates that a hobble restraint device requires a person or the officer to monitor for signs of positional asphyxia and refers the reader back to the policy prohibiting the techniques and transport methods. Similarly, manual section volume 4, section 648.13 talks about transporting injured suspects, arrestees, or inmates, and also indicates that the officer shall ensure that the transport includes ensuring that the restraints do not involve a substantial risk of positional asphyxia and require reasonable monitoring. I will indicate that that's our policy on positional asphyxia, including other edits to other policies, and training division will create a roll call video and place this on roll call calendar so that the policy is effected in training. I'm gonna, at the suggestion of Commissioner Decker, I'm going to now move to the next thing I'm gonna talk about, and that is a notice regarding assemblies, protests, and demonstrations. This involves two new bills in the sort of general realm of police accountability. And those are AB 48, which talks about kinetic energy projectiles, and SB 98, which is media access to closed areas. Discussing just AB 48, this new law has a prohibition, except in specified circumstances, about using kinetic energy projectiles and chemical agents in assemblies or protests. It also has a reporting requirement. SB 98 also deals with assemblies, protests, or demonstrations, and it allows media to enter closed areas without being cited for failure to disperse or curfew violations, and allows officers to enforce other applicable laws. So moving to the policy, starting with the prohibition, kinetic energy, projectiles, and chemical agents, and then it talks about some of the things that those are, shall not be used solely due to any curfew or verbal threat. And so they are restricted to specific and specified circumstances. I should note that AB 48 does define kinetic energy projectiles as devices designed as less lethal to be launched from any device that as a projectile that may cause bodily injury through the transfer of kinetic energy and blunt force trauma, and enumerates plastic and rubber bullets, beanbags, and phone-tipped rounds. I will note that while beanbags are not banned totally by AB 48, the department previously issued an Office of the Chief of Police notice in September, the end of September of this year, that beanbags will not be used in crowd control situations. The specified circumstances that the policy talks about are only to defend against the threat of serious bodily injury or bring about a resolution to an objectively dangerous situation, and shall be in accordance with the following specialized circumstances. And those are found on the 2 pages of the policy. Those are after de-escalation attempts are made, after audible announcements are made and repeated, after there has been an opportunity to disperse, after there has been an effort to identify those who engage in violent acts as opposed to those who are just protesting or demonstrating. A threat proportionality is to be used so that the use of these devices shall be in proportion to the threat that exists. Officers shall look to minimize the impact of unintended targets. Those are those not engaging in violent acts, and extract distressed individuals, provide them a medical assistance, and of course, specified circumstances include aiming not at the neck, head, or vital organs. That is all repeated in this policy. As I said, there's a prohibition and a reporting requirement under AB 48. And the reporting requirement is that within 60 days of each incident, the department shall place a summary on its webpage. Of note, that can be extended for 30 days upon a showing of good cause, but for no more than 90 days. And that's in the policy as well. This notice, which deals with assemblies, protests, and demonstrations, also talks about SB 98. And that regards a duly authorized representative of the media. Unlike kinetic energy and chemical agents, that is not defined in Senate Bill 98, but the policy discusses the fact that it's persons possessing current valid credentials issued by the department or other bona fide law enforcement agency, or other identification establishing them as an authorized representation of the news media affiliation that they have affiliation or employment with. So it's very broad in that sense. It prohibits officers from intentionally assaulting or interfering, instructing a duly authorized representative of the media who is receiving or processing information or communicating with the public. If an officer is in a closed if officers in a closed area at any demonstration, march, or assembly, the media may enter that area and the officer shall not interfere with them. But the department may restrict access to the command post, which is the very limited area and maybe nucleus that is specific to where information is being discussed, shared by public safety personnel, strategic decisions are being made, or deliberations are ongoing, or crime scenes for the preservation of evidence. So it's a very small area. Again, the closed area is not defined in the statute. The policy also discusses while officers shall not interfere with the media and shall not arrest anyone for a curfew or disbursement violation, and shall allow a duly authorized media representative to call a supervisor. The department is also allowed to enforce laws other than the curfew or disbursement, so that this is the limitation for the LAPD is an action-based limitation. And if a member of the media engages in otherwise illegal action, not a curfew or disbursement violation, officers are allowed to enforce those laws. So that is the balance that is reached in this notice. Regarding the procurement and use of military equipment, which is AB 481, the department has identified the stakeholders to accomplish the statutory mandates and has reached out to the California Office for Emergency Services that works with the National Defense Authority Act. The law discusses military equipment and requires approval of city council prior to acquiring, requesting funds for, continuing use of, and an annual review of the use of that. The department's annual report is also required, and that annual report is sort of the centerpiece of this bill and requires that the department inventory, including costs and training associated with each item, as well as data on the use and misuse of those items during the reporting period of time. The law now prohibits, and the notice prohibits, anything after January 1st, 2022, with regard to new equipment that may be acquired or funding sought for that equipment, as outlined in AB 41. Until the department's use of military equipment is approved by the city council. What this notice does is discuss that there will be a form, and the people who are involved in making that form for the use and continued use and reporting of military equipment that the department uses, the reporting entities for the use and misuse, and that will be the critical incident review division and force investigation division. And the statute imposes a deadline. The statute discusses the fact that it is 30 days before May 1st. So they could have said April 1st, and that's when the department's deadline will be to get these forms done so that any reporting of the use and misuse can take place. So while the law takes effect for use in January, the reporting will be 4 months later, April 1st. And that is what the notice requires, so that we can continue to work with the various entities within the department as well as city council for the reporting of that. Finally, there are two assembly bills dealing with hate crimes. The department already had robust policies with regard to hate crimes. The new bills discuss the following: AB 600 indicates that immigration status is also a part of nationality for determination of hate crime status, and that religious motivated hate crimes include targeted attacks on symbols of importance or articles considered of spiritual significance. This has caused edits to both the manual section and certain forms. I'm going to go over some of the changes in the manual section, and that includes the addition of immigration status in the policy against hate crimes. It also includes bias motivation, includes targeting, and that includes a discriminatory selection of victims, which is the definition of targeting, which is also now put into the policy. Skipping ahead, it talks about symbols and gives some, again, a non-exhaustive list of some of the religious symbols for the most commonly held beliefs. But again, it is non-exhaustive. The policy and the law both discuss the fact that any reference to religious symbols or articles considered of spiritual significance should be protected. The law and the policy now indicate that bias motivation need not be the sole or even major motivational factor for bias, as long as there is some motivation that is a reason for investigating it as a hate crime. The investigative responsibilities include that the area filing teams shall not route a misdemeanor hate crime arrest directly to the city attorney, but shall be assigned in an investigation. So it shows how seriously the department is taking hate crimes. Furthermore, the reporting responsibilities go not just to the hate crimes coordinator, but now also include our department diversity, equity, and inclusion officer, the DEIO. And so those are the changes to the policy on hate crimes. Similarly, any form that we have has been changed to insert immigration status and the symbols or significant religious items. So those are in a nutshell, and I know I've gone very quickly, but this we did discuss the previous or the laws previously. And so this is hopefully given you an overview of what we are doing to comply with those laws, which take effect January 1st, or in the case of the military equipment, really have a reporting requirement in April, and what the department is doing with regard to that.
Director Rhodes, thank you very much for your presentation. Commissioner Soboroff, I see you have your mic open. Do you have any questions?
Director Rhodes, I thought that was a good brief, but to the point. My question has to do with the process for drafting of these assembly bills at the state level. Are you familiar with that? Does it include input from various police departments like ours, from police unions, from the public, from best practices? How do they come up with these things? It's
well,
sore subject.
No, I guess in candor, I think that they come up with them in different ways. And so I'm not sure I will be able to adequately answer your question, Commissioner Soboroff, and I don't mean to appear evasive in any way, but I do believe that there are times when the California chiefs are consulted. There are other times when the unions get involved, but many of these bills are called police accountability bills. If you look at the laws in total, they recite many of the things that this commission has already taken care of. For instance, the positional asphyxia bill talks a lot about carotid restraint control holds. that is something that this commission dealt with in June of 2020. And so I think there is an effort and a desire for police accountability at the state level that already exists at the local level with a civilian oversight board, including yourselves. And the LAPD has made, I think, gargantuan attempts to make sure that it is out in front of and being a leader, a progressive leader in terms of accountability. So I hope that answers your question, but I'm not sure it does.
It answers the part that, from your perspective, from the chief's perspective, these one-size-fits-all laws sometimes can be not the best way to do it. But my question is the process inclusive enough? Who does this? What's their training? What's their background? How much of it is political? How much is factual? And what do we do if there's a part of it that we disagree with? There is.
Commissioner, if I can maybe delve into this a little bit, Detective David's son and Mr. Harry Ito are both our legislative analysts. Harry works with the city council and the mayor's office. David works with both them as well as Sacramento and our federal representatives. And the mayor's office has a legislative analyst as well that we will provide input to. I provide input to California chiefs, LA County chiefs. I'm a member of the PERF board as well as IACP board, and participate in legislative work there in a sense of discussions about potential impacts of bills, all the way from the Floyd Justice Bill, all the way down to what you're saying here. So there are imperfections in this, but it is a democratic process. So it is a political process, and one that elected leaders get to ultimately make decisions. League President Craig Lally speaks frequently with legislators as members within the board, the directors. So there's a number of people making input on this. I think that what you have before you is workable for us, and these policies, I believe, strike to the tone of the underlying issues in each of the areas. And I'm happy to say that I think we see our fingerprints on some of these by our early adoption of manners that are addressed in Director Rhodes' presentation day and leading law enforcement, so that the changes that you have before you are relatively minor and sometimes a little more than just explicit definition over what was previously an expectation, but was perhaps not as clearly defined.
Good. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Socorro. Thank you. Commissioner Decker.
I just want to pick up on a few things that were said and something the chief just said. From my review of the legislation and these policies, and obviously this is state law, so we have to comply. I did review or did overall see the changes were relatively minor. That's what the chief just said. I just want to confirm that that is actually your perception as well, Ms. Rhodes?
Absolutely. And I think some of that is because the policies that had already been enacted by the LAPD were already ahead of some other places within the state.
And then I did want to ask a few questions on the media. We had some the media access to closed areas, SB, I believe it's 98. And obviously you made a change to the policy that reflects state law, but I want to be sure, and I also know the department has been meeting with members of the media. Did they see an advance copy of this or have comments on it or have that opportunity?
So we did meet with Commissioners Bonner and Representative for our after action report implementation committee, Mr. Salzman, who is a previous commissioner. We also had a discussion, a very robust discussion, which I think we will continue with some members of the media and some of their concerns with regard to safety, when things really get pretty intense with regard to assemblies. Now, we will be updating as part of the after action implementation plan, the media guide, as well as the emergency operations guide. And one of the things that was recommended by the National Police Foundation was to put all of this together in a policy with regard to assemblies. Those will be in the guides and the emergency operations guide, and we will continue to meet with our media representatives, along with Commissioner Bonner, who is the policy, is the commissioner with regard to policy in terms of the after action report. So there has been substantial input, but when we refine it for the guides, and the guides can change frequently. One of the issues in terms of the after action report was that the media guide had not been updated in some time, and what is media and how people get messages or how people get news is really changed and has changed rapidly recently. And so we're working together with Commissioner Bonner and the media to really get the most transparent policy and the most transparent guide, so that we both get our message out and we let the media in, but that strategy is protected, as well as the media personnel themselves being protected. And that is something that media personnel voiced in our meeting.
Okay, I appreciate that. So if I'm looking at this correctly, what we're doing today is compliance with state law that goes into effect January 1st, which makes sense. And we've been briefed on this before, but there's still more work to do in terms of the after action reports, meeting with the media to update manuals, perhaps even update this policy yet again. Is that generally correct, Ms. Rhodes?
I think so. I think that this complies with state law. And so we are on track, and we will be in compliance with state law, but we may want to further refine our media guide, which would be over and above the state law compliance.
Understood. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that, particularly in light of some conversations we've had here in commission regarding the after action reports, media concerns, et cetera. So I appreciate that explanation. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Bonner.
Yes, thank you. A couple of questions, and this actually from just a process question. I know we had the presentation on those items in B and C, so it's appropriate to ask about and D also. So it's appropriate to ask about item D, the military equipment. That we did have that was part of the presentation.
Yes.
So yeah, and so this, and I don't know, this is a question that maybe Director Rhodes can answer as it relates. Part of it is a definitional, but then part of it is a question about how this might be applied and relative to the Olympics. And so the chief may want to weigh in, and it comes to mind since you just came back from some planning in that regard. And the big picture issue is relative to the Olympics is, there's a lot of been written about prior Olympics and what some of the experience was. And we've heard some of the concerns about the department, not at its own behest, but at the behest of city leaders, using certain tactics to clear the streets and to, so people, international travelers and others would get one view of LA and so on. But the other basket of issues was surrounding the suggestion that there was some military type equipment and things that were received from the federal government and some of the international agencies that got together and doing all this planning. And the idea kind of was that there was some types of equipment that came to the city and then stayed and was kind of then just regularized as part of the I don't want to say the arsenal, but at least some of the equipment available. So one question is, whether we anticipate that, but the specific question that's raised here by this language in here is this is referenced as the procurement and use of military notice. And then I was looking at the document also, it also references equipment that's acquired, and so on. So my question really is, if there's, and I'm putting the past example, I just provide that for context, but the question is the Olympics is now coming around again. And if it is the case that federal agencies, international agencies, others, whatever the source is, brings in some sort of equipment, whether it's unmanned aerial devices, whatever the technology may be that's on this list, any of these items. I don't know if that clearly wouldn't be a procurement, where the department procured it, so to speak. It acquired it, perhaps, if that's kind of what that term means. But that's what I'm getting at is, does this cover equipment that may come into the department's possession by any means? So clearly it would cover if you put out a solicitation and bought the equipment, but does it cover equipment that may be brought here by other agencies and left behind and just accepted by the department in some way?
So Commissioner Bonner, I'll try to take a stab at that, but previously there was the National Defense Authorization Act and Section 1033. This and the department complied with that. This is a state law, and it does talk about the use and the reporting of any use or misuse. I think, though, that in some ways, the Olympics is close in terms of planning, and I know the department has started to plan for the events that will take place in Los Angeles. But in terms of the law and the number of laws we've seen being passed and the working group that will be working with City Council for improvement and the forms, I think in some ways we are potentially premature question in terms of what will happen and what the City Council will expect us to report on and how.
I'm sorry, and you went out just briefly. Was it premature? Was that the word? Was it premature?
Well,
and it was just a technology glitch. So I just wanted to make sure I heard that particular word correct. You were saying that it might be a little premature.
I think so. Only because we have to work with the state and with the City Council to determine the forms that we will use and how we report the use or misuse. There's a lot. This is a sort of an accountability and a transparency bill, and that's what's in the preamble to the bill. And I think we will want to potentially work those things out with your sort of sage advice that we consider the Olympics, which will be, in our future, probably before we even know it.
Yeah, no, and I think that's right. Although I do note, I think it was probably in the last week or 10 days or so, there was a couple of days worth of articles on this issue where there were some advocate groups that were, I don't recall exactly what the specifics were, but there was, some planning issues that and some labor groups that wanted certain assurances as to how things were going to happen. So I think in that regard it does seem that planning and at least conversation and attention is certainly being raised. I agree, it's probably 6 or 7 years out or so, a little early. But then I'm saying, on the other hand, the chief just went to Paris, so the planning is active. So that's why I think at that level, it's fair to ask, I think, broadly. Like, I accept what you're saying, Director Rose, relative to the nitty gritty of the policy and exactly how that maybe works. So let me just go a little higher and just say, and use the opportunity to ask the chief, do you anticipate this being something that we will need to visit? Because what I'm really asking is, I'm assuming that, yeah, there will be some cases where other agencies beside the department will bring things here, and they may be used by other agencies, perhaps, and maybe that's fine, but they may be used by LAPD, or at least left behind in some way. So do you expect that scenario, and to make sure that if and how that occurs, that it would be done in a way that's really was anticipated by this legislation?
Yes, I believe this bill is really meant to address just the type of circumstances in part that you've described, which is an agency, another agency, or some other authority has equipment that the department is desirous of using or accessing. This ensures transparency and accountability, that this board of commissioners would have to review and approve that, forward it to council for review and approval. And then it defines specifically what it constitutes as quote unquote military equipment. And so I would envision that potentially communication equipment, logistical equipment that such as moving, transport of materials or others, so forth, to support various venues, could come into the city's possession. If it was a department's use, then we would go through this process to have this group, this commission, and eventually the council review and determine the appropriateness of that acquisition. And if it was deemed not to be appropriate, then the department would not have the ability to use that equipment. So this is really meant to control that.
Yeah, I get it. So just one, when you think about a case, for example, with another agency, FBI, ATF, some other, say a federal agency, has the equipment, brings it here, and you won't have that, or would I could see if they were really just taking control of it, had custody of it, and their personnel were using it or not as part of their mission. That's one thing, but it seems like it's a little bit dicey if you have a situation where another agency brings it in and it's being used in some way, either by or with LAPD. In that scenario, I think you are saying that even if you're not going to say, oh, it was the FBI's drone, but the SWAT team helped them use it or something. If you're involved, you're going to be disclosing, or according to this law.
Yes, our task force operations all have to conform to department policy. There is no federal or state involvement that supersedes this commission's authority as to governance of our actions. Command and control vehicles is covered in here. That would be an area that I would hope that as we build towards 2028, that might be an area that, again, we could acquire command and control vehicles that are considered militarized, but would offer us the ability to have mobile command posts that would update some very already aged equipment. But I think, again, that conversation, even the acquisition and the merits of it, because of ongoing maintenance, does it fit within the design of a civilian police force? Those are all questions that I, and as a department general manager, then this commission and city council should rightfully ask. You see that particularly when it comes to Humvees and those devices at all-terrain vehicles, where agencies that are in an urban environment but somehow have required these mine-resistant vehicles, and it appears very aggressive and over-militarized for the needs of a municipal police department. So this bill has sprung from those earlier examples. I'm happy to say that the department, we've avoided that type of acquisition over the last more than a decade, and it's in our work with what is available. More times than not, we've gotten boots or gloves or some type of safety equipment from military acquisitions of the past.
Okay, I sure appreciate that, and I know, as Mr. Director Rose said, on this issue, and certainly with regard to the media issue in 5C, there's going to be a fair amount of more work to do, in part just because a lot of the even concepts, just the very concept of what's military equipment is evolved. I think that's why they're trying to clear that up, as is the concept of media, and so there's a lot of issues that I think even with compliance with the state law are still going to need to be worked through. So I appreciate at least the acknowledgement of that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Is that all, Commissioner Bonner?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Rhodes, I have what I hope is a simple question, but obviously it may not be, though. Let's go back to SB 98 with respect to media, because I met with several groups of the media concerning our adoption of a policy. One of the key issues that we discussed, and I know went round and round, and I believe the city attorney had some input into it, was how do we define duly authorized representative of the media? Here I see that we are defining it as those persons possessing current, valid credentials issued by the department or other bona fide law enforcement agency, or other identification establishing duly authorized representation of news media affiliation or employment. It's that last clause that I want to ask you about, or other identification establishing duly authorized representation. Is this an exception that swallows the rule that allows anybody with an iPhone to go out and create some sort of fake ID from the internet and pass themselves off as media?
So that is one of the things that we have discussed with both outside media and our internal media relations individuals. And yes, you or anyone else could buy a seemingly official media pass that would identify you as media. Having said that, we also understand that people are getting their media, their news, their information about the world and especially local happenings from reporters that are not the mainstream media, that are very freelance. And this policy does recognize that evolving trend. So again, when we talk to the outside media, we discussed the balance of, do we limit this media because of course the Senate bill does not, or do we limit the activities that they can engage in? And we believe that it's the limitation so that there can't be lawlessness, but we recognize that there could be reporters with an iPhone. Someone could be reporting for their school or something. And so it is broad in the sense of the definition of media, but it becomes narrow in terms of media or anyone else cannot devolve into violence. So that's sort of where we struck the balance.
So just so that I completely understand, I can go out, create a lanyard, say that I'm a blogger, come with my phone to any incident that's happening, and I would be put in the pit with recognized media sources.
Yes. So, for example, a high school, and Commander Lurie used this example with the media representatives when we discussed them. His daughter, who reports for her high school, could be media, and that is in fact a way that those high school individuals may get their news about what is happening at an assembly in the city of Los Angeles. So yes, you could. However, you could not interfere with or obstruct the workings of the police department, even if you are media.
And what if, does this policy take into consideration if the police view the media members participating in some of the protest activity?
So the media the department and the officers shall not arrest them if they are for violation of curfew or a dispersal order, and shall call a supervisor if they are detained. But should a member of the media, either most well-recognized or freelance, do things that violate other laws other than those discussed in the statute, then the department may take action, because being a member of the media does not give you immunity from engaging in destructive acts or other acts.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any further questions for Director Rhodes? Commissioner Clanche.
I have a quick question, Director Rhodes. Can you share with me what the implementation is like? So I know there's a directive that goes out to everyone in the department. And then it goes, I'm assuming from what you mentioned, it goes to roll call, and then we explain the policy, the new policy. Is there any training involved, or can you just walk me through how this policy would be implemented, or the change be implemented, and how the department employees would know about the change?
Sure. So there will be training on policies. And some of these changes, as you have sort of seen, are larger than others.
Right.
But the training would be a roll call video so that individuals could see that, but also roll call training. And then in addition to that, it would be placed on a calendar to be at many levels. So there would be FTO school, supervisor school, watch commander school, detective school, and when necessary, mobile field force training school. So there are a variety of different places where someone, an officer or supervisor could get this training. But to begin with, there would be a training video and then roll call training. The same way, for instance, I think it was last week, I discussed the changes or amendments to our use of force policy. And in that way, it covers in case someone's, on vacation or whatnot. So it tries to get out to a broad spectrum, and then there are these reminder trainings.
Okay. Okay.
Any further questions, Commissioner
Thank you.
Clanche?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clanche. And thank you very much, Director Rhodes, for your presentation and responsiveness to all of our questions. At this time, I move that we approve the department's report with regard to items 5B, C, D, and E on the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you very much, Director Rhodes. Have a happy holidays.
You as well.
At this time, we're going to go into closed session. We will begin closed session at 1:15. Thank you all. See you there.
Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 6A in accordance with Government Code 54957.
I believe we have a quorum present, Mr. Tiefenk. Do you want to report out from closed session?
Yes, sir. Commission's concluded its work in closed session as released item 6A1, in custody death number 057-20 with a recommendation from the chief of police that it be reclassified to a death investigation. That was unanimously approved by the Board of Police Commissioners on a 5-0 vote. Item 6A2 also involves shooting animal 012-21. The chief of police recommendations were unanimously approved by the commission on a 5-0 vote. Those recommendations were tactics, tactical debrief, 2 police officer 2s, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 2 police officer 2, lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 2. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. And Mr. Tiefenk and Mr. Smith, I want to wish both of you a very, very happy holiday, as I do everyone that's listening in, as well as all my fellow commissioners. Be safe out there. With that, I move that we adjourn. There will be no further meetings this year. I'll see you in the new year, and hope all of you stay happy and healthy during this time of joy, as it were.
Thank you. Happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you.
Same.
Is there a second to the motion to adjourn?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Be safe, everyone.
Thank you.